February 11th. Kaylee, could I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Supervisor Arroyo? Here. Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Present.
Chair Bushnell?
Good morning again.
All are here.
Thank you. Could we salute our flag, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. CAO Hayes.
Good morning, Chair Bushnell. There are two modifications to the agenda today. Item D1 and D3 will be pulled for discussion.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go on to our consent calendar, and we have coming from that consent calendar, Supervisor Arroyo, do you want to, or Bohn, want to recognize Chamber of Commerce? Or is it just on the agenda?
I would be delighted to. I need to, actually, could we go to that in just a moment?
Sure.
And I'll pull it up?
Yeah,
Okay.
of course. And then go ahead.
Well, just the closing and,
I'm going to get to that. That was good.
oh, I thought you were,
Yeah. Proclamation February 2025 National Children's Dental Health Month is coming to us from Supervisor Bohn.
I swear we did this last week, but I guess it was last year. Yeah. Going by. Whereas, hi.
We're here again.
Okay, there's a little thing, it's Dental Health Month, so I want big smiles.
You got it.
All right, good. Whereas February is National Children's Dental Health Month, a time to acknowledge and support efforts to improve the oral health of your youngest and most vulnerable population in Humboldt. Whereas tooth decay is the most common disease found in children and is completely preventable through twice daily brushing, fluoridated toothpaste, daily flossing, and twice-a-year dental checkups. Whereas parents and caregivers can help reduce the odds of dental disease by reducing access to sugary food, drinks, and by not sharing utensils, cups, and toothbrushes, which can spread cavity-causing bacteria. Where 1 in 4 children in Humboldt County will start kindergarten with untreated dental decay, with the greatest burden of oral health issues falling on historically marginalized communities of color and immigrant families, whereas our county supports systems changes that create better access to preventive interventions such as fluoride varnish, dental sealants, and fluoridated water within Humboldt. Whereas we commend the healthcare professionals in Humboldt County who provide dental care and care coordination to the most vulnerable while simultaneously acknowledging the dental workforce shortage that has created limited dental access for many residents in our county. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby calls upon residents of Humboldt County to work together to address our oral health disparities, beginning with our most vulnerable population, including children and pregnant individuals. Suitable for framing.
Wonderful. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm the Oral Health Coordinator for Public Health, and I've invited some staff members here from the Open Door Dental Health Van that goes around to local schools and provides comprehensive treatment and preventative services for children. I want to just put some faces on the workforce that serves our children. So thank you for the proclamation and recognizing Children's Dental Health Month.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thanks.
Yes, please. Supervisor Arroyo.
I just wanted to make a comment on that I just learned something new about dental hygiene, about not sharing utensils, particularly with young ones. So that is not something I had heard or realized before. So thanks for sharing that information with us.
And to add on a little bit, I do want to thank our health department, but especially Open Door. They have the dental health van, and I go back when they first got the first one 20 some odd years ago, having to fill the little generator. It'd be at Jefferson, and then it'd be at Grant. It would bounce around all the schools, Alice, Bernie, and I think that was a good stepping stone for everybody to have that first, for a lot of people, their first interaction with a dentist. So thank you guys.
So the next two items are going to come to us from Supervisor Bohn as well, adjourn in memories of, and I'm going to let him say those.
Laura was going to be here, and I don't see her, but Laura Canzaneri, husband Joel Canzaneri, passed away. I was doing a little checking on Joel. I think he was ahead of his time. 1998, he was working for the city of Eureka, running their shoreline hardening projects, which is now sea level rise. And then he also was doing CEQA studies, and what was the other one? He was a front page article in 2000 in the North Coast Journal, Resurrecting Wetlands. Joel went back a ways. Him and Laura were married 30 years. She was our clerk for 19 years and 11 months, and did a hell of a job. I predated a little bit. I went to school with her at Sacred Heart and St. Bernard's back when we were a lot younger. But Joel recently passed away. He had quite a battle. He bounced back every time, and I think his little victory was when he could get out. Joel and Laura were quite the couple. They did everything. They were involved in the Arts Council. They were involved in a lot of things. But I think all of us probably have, or most of us have a memory of Joel up here. But I think he was the leader of the pack when it came to working on restorative projects through CEQA. And long before it was popular, he just did it because he felt it was the right thing. So I think he was leading the pack back then. So we're adjourning in Joel's memory. And
Before we go on to the next one, Supervisor Wilson would like to say something about Joel.
Only that I associate myself with everything you've just said. Also, Joel's hilarious. I'm just going to put it out there. Hilarious.
Joe was right. The best part about him, I think and I'm just going to say this just by talking to him and seeing, I think he felt every time he got a little setback health-wise, he knew he was back healthy because they'd reopened the Lager Bar, and he was able to go down there because he lived by it and have a cocktail. Him and Laura, side by side, would go have a cocktail. So that was not a bad thing. But Joel was impish. His involvement, him and Laura's involvement with the Italian Federation, the Sons of Italy. He carried a lot of stuff, but he was somebody that if you wanted something done through the city. And then he came back about 8 years ago, and worked for the county as extra help when things really got hectic. And it was stated, he says, boy, he has a lot of knowledge, and he did do that. He didn't flaunt his knowledge. You just knew he was really smart by what he got done. He didn't have to tell us how smart he was. You knew how smart he was.
And I think Supervisor Madrone wanted to say something.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, condolences to Laura, and thank her for all her work, 19 years, as you mentioned, as our clerk. But Joel was amazing. He helped our neighborhood rezone our properties to the liking of the neighborhood. And he was really probably one of the best planners we've ever had in the county. So blessings to you, Joel, and thank you so much.
Okay, and then Supervisor Bohn is going to bring one more.
And the other one, and I had the pleasure of meeting this guy over 45 years ago, Frank Heiser, Fortuna Wheel and Brake, fire chief, and involved in the Fortuna Fire Department for over 40 years, and he was still a deactivated member. They don't call them social members, they just call them a retired member, you know. And Frank was just one of those guys, just saw him recently at a fireman's event. And he was also the founder of Auto Expo. He was the lead for years at Auto Expo, which ends up probably being one of the most successful car shows north of Santa Rosa, and has over 400, 500 entrants and a 3-day boom to the economy in Fortuna. So Frank was just one of those guys, and you will never find anybody saying anything bad about Frank Heiser. And he was a great tribute to the county. He was involved in everything Fortuna, and he believed in Fortuna, and it's sad to see him leave us, but he leaves a hell of a legacy. So, Frank Heiser.
So I had the opportunity to meet Frank 4 years ago when I was elected, and he had a lot of questions for me. And then each year after that, I would see him at the Fireman's Dinner, which they talked about him this last Saturday, and what a great person he was for Fortuna Fire, and how he really drove Fortuna in so many ways. And so condolences to his family and to the Fortuna Fire family. They're really going to miss him. Thank you for bringing those, Supervisor Bohn. We're going to go back to Supervisor Arroyo for the Eureka Chamber of Commerce 2024 Business Award winners.
Thank you. I'll read out the award winners. I know Supervisor Bushnell and I were able to attend the Eureka Chamber Gala, and these were local businesses that were voted upon by the membership of the Eureka Chamber. And so these awards go to Scrapper's Edge for Small Business of the Year, O&M Industries for Large Business of the Year, Cafe Waterfront for the Customer Service Award, the Alzheimer's Association of Northern California and Northern Nevada for the Positive Community Impact Nonprofit Award, Scott Hammond from State Farm Insurance for the Positive Community Impact Award for Private Business, Schmid-Bauer Lumber for Extraordinary Business of the Year, Florence Parks from Big Brothers Big Sisters of the North Coast for Leadership Impact Award, and Jose Zapata from Coast Central Credit Union for their Chamber Ambassador of the Year.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a great event. CAO Hayes was there as well with us, and they really did a wonderful job. So we're going to go to the next one is Proclamation February 2025 is Black History Month in Humboldt County, and this is going to be brought to us by Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I'm not sure if there's anyone here to receive it, but I will read it into the record. Whereas the origins of Black History Month, also recognized as Black Liberation Month, can be traced back to 1915, when historian and author Dr. Carter G. Woodson established the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, and once remarked, real education means to inspire people to live more abundantly, to learn to begin with life as they find it and make it better. And whereas Black History Month serves as a reminder of the struggles and triumphs of diverse identities represented within the African diasporas throughout history, including resilience in the face of oppression, pursuit of civil rights and social justice, and leadership in various endeavors. And whereas the observance of Black History Month provides a valuable opportunity for all residents to celebrate the rich heritage, remarkable achievements, and enduring contributions of African Americans to our community and nation. And whereas the history of Black Americans in the United States is deeply entwined with the nation's journey towards liberty, justice, and equality. And whereas Black Americans have played an integral role in shaping the cultural, economic, political, and social landscape, contributing significantly to its progress and prosperity. And whereas by recognizing and honoring the legacy of Black Americans, we reaffirm our commitment to diversity, inclusion, and equity, and strive to create opportunities where everyone can thrive and succeed. And whereas it is essential to educate ourselves and future generations about the history and experiences of African Americans, fostering understanding, empathy, and unity within our community. And whereas the County of Humboldt is firmly committed to valuing diversity and holds the belief that equity, respect, and justice are fundamental to our identity, democracy, and the overall well-being of our society. And whereas the County of Humboldt hereby commits to identifying and eliminating institutional racism by taking appropriate action to eradicate racial bias within the systems in Humboldt County. And whereas the Board of Supervisors further encourages residents to engage in dialogue, reflection, and action to address systemic racism, inequality, and injustice, and to work towards building a more just and equitable society for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County of Humboldt hereby declares the month of February 2025 as Black History Month in Humboldt, and encourages all residents to participate in events, educational activities, and community initiatives that celebrate the heritage and contributions of Black Americans.
Thank you. We will come back to the consent calendar. Are there any comments before we go to public comment on Zoom from the supervisors? No? Kaylee?
No.
Okay, we'll go to public comment in the room on the consent calendar only. Good morning, Kent.
Good morning, Michelle. I did. I'm glad you pulled the number 3, the K9. I get to speak on it a little later. All the kind words that Joel, regarding Joel Canzoneri passing, were totally appropriate. He was a wonderful person. I met him, and then his wife was one of my best sources as far as knowing everything that transpired in the county prior to me being here, because she'd been here for, like you said, 19 years. So I could tell what had gone in good, what had not gone so good, and so I always try and learn from other people's prior mistakes. So thank you so much for bringing Joel forward. I know he was quite a fighter, and yes, they did go to Lager Bar, and it was always good to see them there. So number 12 is we have a DA regarding some kind of thing about violence against women. Hope this money is put to good use. I hope it also includes violence against children to some degree. I did on number 16, we have a sheriff's getting like $50,000, $50,705 for something regarding criminal alien assistance. And I'm just guessing. I think has been used for all kinds of different purposes. I think it's supposed to support something to do with the jail or something. But I could see how that money may not, I wouldn't count on that money because, as I have meant before, I strongly support the sanctuary county. But this seems to be in conflict with cooperating with ICE or things of that nature. So wouldn't go spending that money this year. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on these things on your consent calendar today.
Thank you. Is there any other comments in the room on the consent calendar? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion, please.
Move to approve the consent calendar with the items aforementioned removed.
Can I get a second, please?
I'll second.
Okay, Kaylee?
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo,
Yes.
Chair Bushnell.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll go back to the items that were pulled, and the first one is number 1, retirement resolution coming to us from Supervisor Bohn.
Well, this one's with mixed emotions, and I can tell by the crowd that they think so too. Get up here. Retired guy. There you go. This is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors, County of Humboldt. Whereas after graduating high school, David Deemer attended Cal State Northridge, where he graduated with a bachelor's degree in political science. Whereas on September 11th, 1995, David was hired as a correctional officer by the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office. Whereas on September 7th, 1996, David was promoted to Correctional Officer 2. Whereas on December 15th, 2000, David was promoted to the rank of Deputy Sheriff 1. Whereas on July 7th, 2002, David Deemer was promoted to the rank of Deputy Sheriff 2. And in 2019, David was promoted to the rank of Sheriff Sergeant. Whereas David Deemer has held the positions of Assistant Classification Officer, CERT member, Gang Task Force Deputy, Firearms Instructor, Field Training Officer, Arson Investigator, Crisis Negotiator, North Area Rural Crimes Deputy, Bomb Disposal Technician, K9 Program Supervisor. Yep, he wasn't a slacker. Whereas David Deemer, throughout his career, has been trained in explosive ordnance, disposal, crisis negotiations, arson investigation, search and rescue management, firearms instruction, and graduated from the Police Officer Standards and Training Sherman Block Leadership Institute Class 501. Whereas since being selected to the position of Bomb Disposal Technician in 2010, David Deemer has displayed a passion for that field. You must be a ball at 4th of July. Successfully completing over 600 hours of training and courses related to bomb, 600 hours of training and courses relating to bomb disposal, leading to his serving as the HCSO's Explosive Ordnance Disposal Team Commander, and serving as an assistant instructor to bomb disposal courses. Whereas David Deemer has always approached his 29-year career in law enforcement with passion, enthusiasm, honor, a great sense of humor, compassion for the community he served, and loyalty to those he served with. Now therefore be resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, Sheriff William Hansel, who gives his regards, he couldn't be here today, and the staff of the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office hereby commends and thanks Sergeant David Deemer for his dedicated 29 years of selfless service to the citizens of Humboldt County and the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office.
Say a couple words? No, why don't you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, you got to talk into the.
Get the undersheriff.
Do the picture first. You want me up there?
Yeah.
I was gonna say do the picture, then
That'll make us look a lot better. You're better than sheriff.
David, I'm going to have you step up to the podium, please, so we can.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Sorry. Good morning, esteemed board. If I could just say a couple words, although I will say when I walked in, I didn't recognize Dave. If I had known he could be undercover this well, we might have used him in that capacity earlier in his career. I was like, is Dave going to be here? And they're like, no, he's sitting right there. But I've had the privilege of knowing and working with Dave for over 20 years in a very difficult career that can callous even the softest of hearts. And one thing I can say about Dave is that he never succumbed to that. He was infinitely driven for customer service the entire time. And just a funny aside, when Dave and I worked together in a capacity where I was his supervisor, we had a lot of smiles and cries and laughs, but one of the only complaints I ever got about Dave was that he spent a lot of time on calls, to the point where, you know, people would be like, what is he doing? And so, I mean, as a supervisor, I did research, reviewing reports, talking to RPs, and what I found was something that changed the course of my career, is that he was so dedicated to making sure that people felt heard, were served, understood, and really trying to resolve problems. I mean, what we really should all be doing in law enforcement. And it was an inflection point for me, and I think changed my view of the hurry up and get to the next thing. I mean, we get in that mode where, you know, we have to put on our new face, get to the next thing, solve the next problem, but, you know, sometimes that can come across the wrong way. And so Dave is a testament to customer service, and it's been an honor to serve with him. And on behalf of the Sheriff's Office and this great county we serve, I just want to say thank you very much, Dave.
I can't beat his little speech because he's such the good, eloquent talker, but it's just been a wonderful career, and I've enjoyed it, and I can't believe it's gone that fast because I would do it all over again. I've had so many wonderful opportunities and support, and I think my biggest supporter and the one that has really guided me is my wife. She's sitting right there. And she's always had my back and always supported me in everything that I've done, and all the different, even when I was getting close to retiring and I'd pick up another specialty, I want to do K-9, and she goes, oh yeah, I think you're supposed to be retiring. So I've pushed this retirement thing. At first I was going to retire after 27 years, but I just couldn't do it, and I couldn't do it, and I couldn't do it, and I kept on pulling the plug, and it was a little contentious at times, but finally I did it, and there is light at the end of the tunnel. I'm starting to enjoy it, but I will be coming back as extra help. But,
David, is that at the request of your wife after she found you at home all the time?
No. But now that I'm home all the time, she's maybe going to start like, hey, why don't you go work a little bit? But no, I would do this career all over again. Humboldt County has been such a terrific county and agency to work for that I have absolutely no regrets, and it's just been wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Does anybody else from the department want to say something before I come back to the board? No? Okay. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Quite an accomplishment with Supervisor Bohn reading all your accomplishments. You served our communities well and served the Sheriff's Department amazingly, it sounds. I'm glad you're coming back for extra help. And I hope you really do enjoy your retirement, though. And so I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Arroyo.
I haven't had a chance to work with you directly very much, but I'm pleased to hear about you coming back. I was going to say something about institutional knowledge, and that term gets thrown around, which often feels like a little bit of an age-related phrase, because you accumulate that institutional knowledge over time in an organization, and inherently the years pass. But I'm grateful that you are bringing that institutional knowledge, back into the fold, and that you've contributed to passing that on to so many people. I'm sure your expertise in all those different fields that were just mentioned have really influenced others in the department to, be consummate professionals in law enforcement, and that's very much what we need. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
And I had to go to Captain Christensen, and I walked right by him and smiled, and I had to go, is Deemer here? So you're right, bro. The undercover thing may be something you can do an extra help, I don't know. Or stand-up comedian. But over the years, and long before I was a supervisor, he's one of the ones you want to sit there and put on a poster and say, become a sheriff, become a good guy. And he's a good guy, and that's what we need out there representing us, and that's about 99.5% of all. We can't be perfect, but we're pretty close, and it's people like David that brought that forward, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to public comment on Zoom.
I don't have anyone.
Okay, we're going to go to public comment in the room. Is there any, this is on this item, not on non-agenda items. So if anybody has a comment on this item, please come forward. Okay, I'm going to close public comment. We're going to come back to make a motion, please.
I'd like to move this resolution.
Second.
Okay, Kaylee?
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes, and congratulations again.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yes, thanks, David.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. So we're going to go to the other item that was pulled, retirement resolution for K9 Gracie, and that's coming from Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you. It was in partnership with Sheriff Hansel, but he's not here today. And I just want to say, I was looking at this resolution. I may stumble a little bit on this one. You can tell that the words are a little, they're that way. K9, so this is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of Humboldt County. Whereas K9 Gracie, trained and handled by Jan Friedrichsen, retired on December 31st, 2024 after 10 years of volunteer search and rescue service to the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office. And whereas K9 Gracie, oh, I heard that, and her handler, Jan Friedrichsen, trained tirelessly several days a week from the day she arrived as a puppy until her retirement. And whereas K9 Gracie became a certified mission-ready California rescue dog, CARDA, live find trailing K9 in 2015. Sorry, that was a tough one there. Whereas K9 Gracie became certified mission-ready CARDA cadaver detection K9 in 2018, and whereas K9 Gracie deployed faithfully on more than 60 missions during her career. That's a lot. To search for missing people in Humboldt County and many other counties throughout California. And whereas K9 Gracie assisted the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office and several law enforcement agencies throughout California during her search and rescue career, saving several people's lives and located multiple deceased people, bringing relief and closure to loved ones. And whereas K9 Gracie searched for the missing in the 2018 Camp Fire in Paradise, which was the most destructive and deadliest wildfire in California's history at that time. And whereas K9 Gracie was an exemplary search and rescue ambassador, participating in countless parades and educational events, demonstrating her detection abilities in student classrooms, public service groups, and volunteer organizations. And whereas K9 Gracie was such a calm and steady dog that she fell asleep on her first Coast Guard helicopter training mission. And whereas K9 Gracie preferred a jar of baby food as her reward for finding a missing person. And whereas K9 Gracie and her handler have patiently mentored several K9 SAR teams over the years. And whereas K9 Gracie, sorry about that, worked with the same commitment and perseverance in her 12th year as she did in her 4th. And whereas K9 Gracie was provided invaluable search and rescue, live find, and cadaver capabilities to the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office and other agencies throughout California during her career, she has worked with steadfastness, confidence, and joy. Her work ethic and reliability demonstrated the essential search and rescue skills detection canines provide, and taught her handler the true meaning of trust your dog. Well, we've all been through that. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, Sheriff William Hansel, and the staff of the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office hereby commend K9 Gracie Friedrichsen for her 10 years of volunteer service, and together wish her plenty of beach walks, forest hikes, and afternoon treats. Thank you. All right, let's do this.
So we're going to get pictures, and then anybody that wants to speak on this retirement, that's what the team can come forward.
Thanks, Mike. That's a mouthful. You were such a little puppy once.
All right, there you go. This is for you guys. All right.
This is tricky.
You hold this side.
Hi, Gracie. You smelling the flowers? Good girl. No, I just love it, Jan. Thank you.
There you go.
Well, here, this is for you guys. It's the last of
Stool bag?
her trading cards. Please pass them to all supervisors.
Under Sheriff, you want to say something?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you again, esteemed board. I may have gotten into law enforcement because I didn't have any other skills, but obviously it's something I've grown to truly believe in and dedicate my life to. And as much as I have a ton of admiration and respect for all those in emergency service, including law enforcement, we are still getting paid to do it. And where my respect and admiration truly lies is with the volunteers that choose to take up a mission to search for and help those in need, which no matter what walk of life you're from in our community, that's something we can all get behind. And this dedication, in my opinion, isn't just for Gracie, but also for her handler, Jan, and our whole team who, behind the scenes, without any credit, without any compensation, often at much sacrifice to themselves in their own personal lives and professional lives, are some of the most dedicated, caring, and driven people I've ever met. And the times that I've got to be out in the field with them, it was always an honor to just see people come out and do this of their own volition. I mean, I'm getting paid. We're getting paid. It's still an honorable thing to be in emergency service, but to do it for free and just because it's the right thing and from your heart is something that's truly something we should all appreciate and recognize. And if you feel that way, we're always taking more volunteers, so anybody. But thank you to Jan and Gracie and all of our team from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Jan, would you like to say something?
I just heard about this at 8:30 this morning. So Gracie and I had a quick conversation on the way. And she just wants to say, this is what she told me. She says, it's been a lot of fun. I've learned a lot. And she wants to thank so many people. Obviously, her dad, who wasn't able to be here today. And the team, this is a team project. We cannot do this by ourselves. But most important, Maya Conrad, who I couldn't have done it without her, and Mike, who has hidden for Gracie for 10 years. And the special service deputies, Raleigh and Travis, Sergeant Gomes, Josh McCall. I remember when he was my first real support with Gracie. And without their support, we couldn't be where we are. Gracie's been the ambassador to really develop our K-9 team. And we're happy to serve the community, the county, and the state. Thanks.
Supervisor Bohn?
Well, thank you. And Raleigh, you're the youngest of the bunch out there. You pay attention. Gracie's 84 years old, and she's retiring. Kind of takes a little thunder from David, too, but 84 years old. So when you guys get out of here at this young age, you're not doing that much. Gracie's pulled her weight for 84 years, just FYI.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. Jan and her wonderful dogs and partners in search and rescue and community service have a special place in my heart. Jan and I used to share an office occasionally with Bama, right? With Bama, who was a predecessor of Gracie. And I mean, just talk about incredible community service and incredible animals that are it's interesting because you want to ascribe human characteristics to them. Like they're motivated and dedicated, but I really did see that in the dogs that you have raised and worked with, and if it's possible to see that they're having those characteristics of being like joyous to go to work. We see that in them, and it's just been incredible. So thank you, Jan. The countless hours that you have spent. Gracie is an incredible dog. Bama was an incredible dog. I'm sure you will have other... Daisy! Daisy's our incredible dog too. So, but it is an enormous labor of love that you do, and brings so much hope and peace to people in our community. And I just could not be more grateful. Thank you.
Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Wilson.
All right, it was a privilege stumbling through that resolution. I do want a special shout out to Maya and the crew. I want to emphasize what the undersheriff was saying about the volunteer aspect of this, and I think that's really, really important. And we're celebrating the retirement, the happy retirement of Gracie today. But it is, Gracie, all the wonderful things that Gracie does is still part and parcel to a huge team of people doing a lot of hard work. And I just want to really emphasize and project gratitude to all of y'all for doing that. I think it's really, really important. And the love that you're putting into the animals is just a reflection of the love that you're putting into the community too. So I just want to recognize all of you, and thanks for coming out, and thanks for being supportive of your, of everyone that's doing the hard work. So thanks.
So last year there was a lady missing from Redway, and I got to be there at the Redway Fire Department with Travis and Jennifer and Mark and Gracie and see you guys work. I left long before you did and came back the next day, and you were still there. And I watched you guys go out with Gracie and look for her. Just gave me chills. Across the river, along the river, it was raining, it was cold, the river was swollen. And I also got to see the comfort when your team came in and the comfort that your animal brought, the dog. And we loved, I hope everybody in this room loves dogs. They're part of my family, and I just, I was in awe of, first of all, the commitment that you guys make as volunteers, how much time you spent there. They were there 3 days before she was found, and I just was amazed, again, at the dedication of the volunteer team and of our deputies, and bringing that closure to her family. She didn't survive, but her family, it was so important that she was recovered and that they got that closure, and I know that's what your team does for many people. So congratulations on Gracie's retirement, and thank you for all that you do, and the deputies. So at this time, we're going to go to public comment on Zoom.
There's no one on Zoom.
Okay, and then we're going to go to public comment in the room. And Jan, you forgot your flowers up here too. Okay. Gracie's flowers. Yes. Excuse me. Welcome.
Ken Sawatsky, and as many of you know, dogs are one of my passions. And we used to adopt a dog or something every month or something. I don't know, maybe we'll go back to that, but maybe we'll do it for Gracie this time. And I've always felt that the unconditional love we get from dogs, being the human race, is really not deserved in many ways. But when we can see a dog like this, if you were to watch her tail, every time her name was mentioned, even if it was mismentioned a little bit, the dog was wagging its tail. And then the tail ceased when the owner started to speak. And you could see the dog was just listening, the tail didn't move. So you can always tell a dog's demeanor by the tail. And the job that these people do out there, as you've all mentioned, is something very necessary. And dogs are very necessary to many of us, most people who've had a dog or something. When that dog's gone, you have to feel that hole in your heart right away. Just has to happen. That's why I have a backup dog, so I can do that. Dogs, not only in this sense, but you will notice if any of you go to an airport, these are the dogs that are going around checking for drugs. They have such a keen sense and such a good quality to them and great nature that they fulfill many, many duties for all of us here. So thank you for acknowledging this, and thank you again for all the people. Again, there are not enough volunteers who do these kind of things in our society. Volunteerism seems to be a thing of the past. And for these people out there spending their time and the service they provide, at least they get to enjoy dogs like Gracie while they're doing it.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to make public comment? Welcome.
Morning, Board. Josh McCobb, Lieutenant with the Sheriff's Office, and I oversee Special Services. Prior to this role, I was the Sergeant in charge of Special Services, and that's when I first really started to work with Gracie and Jan. And I will say, obviously, these animals are a tremendous tool. They, can, with their sense of smell, the job that they can do, obviously, cuts down on a lot of times the hours and the resources that it would take for us to do it without them. And just seeing that job done by Gracie over those few years in that position definitely, solidified my support and of those animals and having those animals available to us. But obviously that, as that tool portion of their service is very dependent on a good handler that works with them and, is knowledgeable with that. And Jan is definitely, so while we are here officially for Gracie, acknowledge that, the role that Jan has played in that. I didn't have and I still don't have the greatest understanding of all canine related things, but especially from the search and rescue side of things, Jan's always been somebody that I could count on and reach out to through her involvement in our SAR group and CARTA, just as that resource for guidance, and she's been a big help and a big role in that, and it's definitely helped with some, while maybe not always happy, but definitely some resolution, resolution of incidents locally and in other areas. So. I think a big acknowledgement to her as well as the team. again, like the undersheriff said, they're not getting paid. They're out there, and we can, always count on them to be out there, being that force multiplier and doing what they're trained and proficient at to get that job done. And then lastly, I would just like to thank Maya for pushing this. We can get busy, and sometimes, we overlook these necessaries, and Gracie and Jan were definitely worthy of this recognition. And the fact that Maya managed to pretty much, sounds like, keep this a secret from Jan until this morning. So good job, and thank you to her and all of our SAR volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on this item? So I'm going to bring it back to the board to make a motion. However, I do want to say that all of you guys they want you out on the courthouse steps after this for a picture. And I see her saying yes. So could we get a motion? Supervisor Bohn.
Go for it.
I just wanted to say the main theme today was they could use some more volunteers.
Yep.
Much like our volunteer fire department, when you think about that, almost 80% of our fire departments or more are volunteer. Those volunteers come in handy to making this, as David said earlier, a great place to live, a great place to work, and everything else. You make everybody's job easier, and we were talking out in Cutton when you had the command center out there for 3 days, 4 days looking for that lady. It was just great to see all the joint help all the way from Marin. We talked about Marin, but volunteer. Look it up on the sheriff's website. It is an easy process, and it's very rewarding when you do get a chance to go out there, search and rescue, you guys, everything. So thank you guys very much.
Can we get a motion, please?
Somebody's going to do it here. I move that we approve this resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, Kaylee.
Supervisor Bohn,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo,
Yes.
Chair Bushnell.
Yes. So next, go ahead, Kaylee.
Motion carries 5-0. Thanks.
We're going to do a comment on non-agenda items, but I'm going to give you all a minute to go shuffle out and go to the front of the courthouse steps for a picture. And so if we're going to go to Zoom public comment on non-agenda items.
There is no one currently on Zoom.
Okay, so we're going to go to non-agenda items comment in the room. Okay, so you need to line up over here, ma'am, and then you can just move back a little bit, and then Kent's going to start us off. There we go. Good morning.
Kent Sawatsky, they have something in Washington. They were talking about draining the swamp. In Humboldt County, I have a project. It's way worse than that. I call it draining the septic tank. And I don't know if you know how septic tanks work, but in Mexico, they don't have bottoms in them. You don't have to drain them. You just don't put any paper products in them. They work very well. We have some serious systemic problems in our county. People that are pedophiles and violate children are protected, unfortunately. I'm going to give you a hypothetical example. Hypothetically, what if you had someone like a district attorney, and that district attorney's, one of their main investigators, had a father that was perceived to be involved in being a pedophile? Do you think, hypothetically, that particular district attorney should go ahead and take on that particular case and follow through with that case? Or do you think they should ask some other entity to go ahead and investigate so there isn't a perceived conflict of interest? These are the kind of things that we need to avoid here. Some people have asserted to me that there is no blue wall, law enforcement is not protected, ex-people from law enforcement are not protected, but I think the evidence to come forward in the not too distant future will show that's untrue in Humboldt County. And I really think that we need to fix this problem in Humboldt County. I think that this particular topic will be investigated at both the state and federal level. And it will be found out that that we're not playing fair when it comes down to equality and equity for the people in Humboldt County, that certain people have agendas and they protect other people from this heinous crime. So very, very sad for me to have to be bringing this to you. My crystal ball is pretty accurate. There's a very large swell of people now who will be investigating this, forming groups, and we're getting together to work on this topic. So I wanted you all to be aware of that. It will be forthcoming. And it's very unfortunate we're in that position. But if I have to do whatever I have to do to, quote unquote, drain the septic tank on this topic, I will do the best I can. You all know me. I'm like Rex used to say, I'm like that pit bull going after that last bone in the bottom of the meat bucket when I go after something. So thank you for my opportunity to speak today. Hopefully the rest of the meeting will be a little more upbeat than that comment.
Thank you. Before we go to the next, you want to say something? Before we go to the next speaker, I'm going to go to Supervisor Wilson for, he has a public comment on non-agenda items.
Okay.
I'm going to time him.
Actually, let's just wait till the public, because it's going to be fine. Okay, she's telling me to go, I'm going to do it. All right, here we go. I received this weekend a request for a proclamation that we usually do annually, but it's for the week after next. So I'm just going to do the proclamation now. It'll be on our consent agenda week after next, so we don't have a meeting next week, so this is why I'm doing this. And so, as the engineer on the board, this is a proclamation in honor of Engineers Week. Whereas America's engineers transform ideas into reality, solving problems using science, technology to produce services and systems to better serve the needs of society, and whereas engineers serving local government, county, and state work to design and construct the following types of projects. Well, there's a list. I won't give it to you, but you can imagine airports, bridges, environmental enhancements, all the things. Whereas engineers strive for quality, economy, and a betterment of life in our community, and whereas throughout the nation in the week of February 18th through the 24th is being recognized as National Engineers Week, and I think it's actually the 16th through the 22nd this time, coinciding with George Washington's birthday, our nation's first engineer, so they say. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, in recognition of the contribution of engineers to society and in effort to promote the interest of the youth and the community in math, science, and engineering, does hereby declare the week of next week, Engineers Week in Humboldt County. This will be brought under consent in 2 weeks' time. So I just wanted to recognize our engineers in the community, let them know we hear them, we see them, they're valued, and that's my comment.
Thank you. Please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. You can tell I haven't done this before.
You're fine.
As a county employee and a member of the ASME union, I was delighted to hear the respect and appreciation and gratitude that the board expressed for our retiring law enforcement personnel, our search and rescue volunteers, one very, very worthy dog, as well as the county's ideals of equity and inclusion. What I would like to know is, where is that respect when you are dealing with your employees? We work very hard, and the work we do is largely invisible because we do it well. We are the ones who are ensuring that the most vulnerable people in Humboldt County are fed, housed, and cared for, including the elders and children of this community. We are the ones who make sure that when you get in a car and you go to drive somewhere, that you have a road to drive on and that road is safe. We're the ones making sure that if you go to play in a beach or a river, that you can be sure that you won't get deathly ill from contamination in that water. That when you go to eat some food, that food is safe to eat and fit for consumption and will not make you sick or kill you. We are the ones who do all of these things, and we do them quietly, we do them in the background. And because we do, they go largely unnoticed. We do these things while we are being paid so little that many of us can't afford to pay our food, our rent. We are often on benefits ourselves. I have coworkers in my office who, if they quit and went to work at McDonald's, they would be paid more. That is unacceptable. And we understand that the county is in dire financial straits, which is why we have been requesting quality of life improvements. We've been requesting things that would not cost the county much. And to hear that the county has returned to us with an offer that essentially includes none of these things and says, just keep getting what you're getting and don't ask for more. We deserve more.
I'm going to stop you really quick.
We have negotiations on closed session, so you're veering a little bit into the particulars
I'll
of that.
stop now, but...
No, you don't have to stop.
Oh, okay.
Just continue with your comment without talking about negotiations.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I only know what I've heard. I'm not on the negotiating team, but it was very disappointing. It feels disrespectful and insulting. And I would just ask that the county and this community pay some thought to the services that we provide and the respect that we deserve.
Thank you. I want to clarify for you, the reason you were stopped is because negotiations is on our closed session item, and so public comment on negotiations will happen this afternoon. Your comment was fine, but that was the reason. And I also want to say, we can make a comment, but I can't, anyways, I'm going to make a comment. You are appreciated and your team is appreciated. I talk about and use the DHHS daily in my district, and I know my fellow board members do as well. And I hope that you feel that. I can sense that you don't, and that's okay. I'm still going to say it, that I appreciate everything that happens in my district through you guys. Next, please. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. I've spoke quite a few times. I'm Kelly Metcalf, previously Kelly Floyd. Today I'm going to talk about the fact that I'm a longtime Humboldt County resident. My brother's dad, who raised me, was a mortician here locally. So I grew up here hearing a lot of stories and a lot of truths about stories because my dad was a mortician, or my brother's dad who raised me. I also had a lot of trauma in my life, early childhood trauma, which is the gateway to a lot of things like substance abuse and things. I personally was able to get away from substance abuse. My daughter, however, was not. Her life was taken. And unfortunately, I'm going to talk about and furthermore talk about what the man spoke about, that we really need to look at Humboldt County. We need to look at Humboldt County's officers. We need to look at Humboldt County's DHHS. And we need to look at the relationship between Humboldt and Del Norte County, and especially with CAL FIRE. I personally completed CAL FIRE's wildland firefighter as a volunteer. And at that time, I was actually working in the fire prevention office with Wes Shamblin. He told me about a scam that he had just come back from a fire. It was in 1995, after July 19th, because that's when I graduated. He at that fire told me that he signed off. It was a woman who had died. She was struggling with substance abuse, and they had burned her. And he told me that it always involves the tribe, and it always involves a family member, that it's usually the father of a child of the victim. He went into great detail. Fast forward into 2021, and my daughter was murdered, and nobody here gives a shit, okay? No investigators come to speak to me. I was told by the coroner's assistant. I was never allowed to talk to anybody. This is the flammable cans that were in the middle that the barn owner said he didn't have. He's a 90-something-year-old man. They gave him $250,000 for a building that was a huge building that was a full auto shop. This is fast forward here. We've got Blue Lake Rancheria officers. These are the ones that signed off on my daughter's death, okay? We've got Blue Lake Rancheria officers, so we've got the tribe involved, okay? I can't get any investigators. Nobody gives a shit, okay? My time is up, and I don't even know that I made sense today, but I really need for...
Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah. You guys really need to look at Humboldt County and Del Norte County, and I'll be back.
Hi, come forward. Good morning, Shelby.
Hey, guys. Come bearing baggage. I'm here this morning to talk to you guys about Fisher Road. About a month ago, you guys, Madrone and Bushnell, sat down with Kelly and I and told us that we were going to be sued if we did not give you guys access to the river. Something came to my mind after I met with you guys, and that was that, I think it was Madrone, that you said that the public has spoken and has verbalized how they feel about this. And I thought, you know what? Such a good point.
Shelby, you need to talk into the microphone, please. Thank you.
Sorry. You know this is not my comfort zone. So this is about a week's worth. I have spoken with just people as I have run across them. It's about 100 people that have signed a petition that are supporting Kelly and I, and the situation that's going on Fisher Road. You know, multiple people recently have been bringing up about the debt and the situation of Humboldt County, and this is what we choose to spend our money on. It's disappointing. Not to mention, you know, the day after we met, I got this lovely stack of property taxes. So what we're paying for, and you guys just still want to take. So I also have, I want to make it clear that our stance on Fisher Road has nothing to do with my safety. Yes, of course, that's a portion of it. But that's not the reason why we originally came forward. We originally came forward because of the ill repair of the river access, which brings up the final point, and that is on your guys' Fish and Wildlife Advisory Board. Natalie, I think that Bruce is your appointee. I had the honor of going and attending that meeting last month. It was actually awesome. Kenny is running the meeting. He's doing a great job. I went back historically since Bruce has joined that group, and not once has he brought up anything else other than Fisher Road. In fact, in the meeting that I went to last time, Kenny asked, hey, you know, does anybody else, we want to get some agenda items here. Does anybody else have anything that they think is pressing that they want to bring before the board? Bruce said nothing, and he's the fishing commissioner. So what, if anything, has come to my mind with this whole experience is that there are access points for fishing and wildlife that are legal. There's walk-in access that's legal. There's drive-up access that's legal. We should be looking at the ill repair of those areas and spending our money on those areas to make sure that we don't let those go as well. Thank you.
Morning, Thomas.
Good morning. It's wild. My morning worked out to be here to speak. I didn't think it was going to work out. Last time I was here, I think I spoke about a vet's hall, and I was accused of speaking angrily. I speak from the heart. I speak with passion. Where I grew up, the Redwoods, Southern Humboldt, means a lot to me. So when I feel it's not being treated right, I speak with heart and passion. Today I'm really before you to think you haven't made a decision on Measure S. I know many people are out there trying to figure out what's going on. March 31st is 6 weeks away, roughly. I know me myself, you know, a year ago I had about $50,000 in bills, made payments towards 3 projects, about $20,000, so now I'm looking about $30,000, roughly, give or take. 3 different projects. One of them, $1,500. Do I pay that? I still have product that I'm waiting to send to the processor. We're waiting for the market to turn up. Got about $20,000 tied up in product. To get it processed, another $12,500. We're waiting for it to turn back up. But March 31st is probably too soon. So do we throw all that stuff on the compost pile? My father pulled tarp all season long to make sure we pulled off that depth crop. I don't know. The other projects, I'm looking at them, should I have just paid $100 the minimum payment a month towards one of the projects, and one of my other projects would be completely paid off? Sitting here scratching my head thinking about that today. Compliance agreements, 2 of my 3 projects, completely everything done. You know, I just spent another $20,000 finishing off. Got a really nice ADA compliant parking spot with the ADA compliant toilet, handrails, hand washing, all that. You know, I could have paid my Measure S tax and maybe asked the building department to extend my building permit, which I don't think would have happened. Could have extended my compliance agreement. These are just things to think about. Some people might be caught up on their Measure S, behind on their compliance agreement. Some people might be behind on their Measure S and caught up on their compliance agreement. But there's a lot of projects out there, I think it's in the hundreds, that you guys have 6 weeks to make a decision on. So one last thing, you know, I'd throw out the offer. I have a piece of paper signed by a judge says someone owes me over 300 grand. I'll give it to you for $70,000 towards Measure S payments. Then something might actually happen where that guy pays. Following the rules is not the best thing. That's what's been happening with the cannabis industry. You follow the rules, people burn you, they go out of business for tens of thousands of dollars, sometimes owing you hundreds of thousands of dollars. No repercussions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to make comment on non-agenda items? Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I had a couple items. One was that Bruce Can is a District 3 appointee to the Fish and Game Commission. I wanted to note that the Shelter Animal of the Month program is still going on. I'm just not expecting that the staff will take the time out of their day to bring in an animal for every meeting or every monthly meeting. So we'll be featuring those about on a quarterly basis in person, but otherwise we're featuring them online.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? Okay, so I'm going to close public comment on non-agenda items. We have a time set at 10:30, so I'm going to skip around on the agenda just a little bit. And we're going to go to Clerk of the Board. Consider making an at-large appointment to the Humboldt County Planning Commission.
I'm going to take this one on for your board, Chair Bushnell. Today before your board is the consideration of making the at-large appointment to the Humboldt County Planning Commission. And your board has received applications from Sarah West, who is the current commissioner, and also Brittany Massaro, who would be a new candidate. I would also like to note that these appointments are a 2-year appointment, not a 4-year appointment, as indicated in the staff report. And with that, I would pass it to your board for deliberation.
Okay, thank you. I see Sarah in the room. Is Brittany either online or in the room?
She's on Zoom.
Okay, so Sarah, we're going to go, I'm sorry, I just do Zoom first, Sarah, so I'm going to go to Brittany on Zoom if she would like to say anything.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today regarding the vacant position. I'm excited to present my vision for the future of our community and to contribute to its growth in a positive and sustainable way. Over the past few years, Humboldt County has made significant strides in advancing our economy with thoughtful, sustainable development, and I am eager to continue that momentum. With over 10 years of experience in land use and development planning, as well as an extensive community engagement, I'm confident in my ability to contribute meaningfully to the Planning Commission. My professional background has equipped me to approach both urban and rural development with a strong understanding of sustainability, zoning, and resource management. I offer a fresh perspective committed to modernizing the planning process and introducing innovative ideas that reflect the evolving needs and concerns of our community. As Humboldt County continues to grow both economically and as a vibrant community, I believe that embracing change in local government is essential. The right individuals in leadership positions can help ensure that the system works for the people of the county. I am dedicated to engaging with community members, stakeholders, and fellow departments to ensure that all decisions are transparent, well-informed, and in the best interest of our residents. My approach will focus on addressing key issues such as housing shortages, traffic, and environmental sustainability with thoughtful, balanced solutions that benefit everyone. I believe strongly in my ability to learn, adapt, and grow in this role. Throughout my career, I have successfully implemented policies and projects that have laid the groundwork for further positive change. This experience will allow me to continue advocating for policies that foster economic growth, environmental stewardship, and improved quality of life for our community. I fully understand the challenges our community faces, and I am deeply attuned to the needs of our residents. My goal is to implement solutions that improve the quality of life for all, ensuring a sustainable future for generations to come. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Brittany. Sarah?
Hello, Supervisors. I'm applying to continue to serve on the Commission because I believe in service to my community. My background is primarily in community planning, and while my career is now more economically focused, my planning foundation shapes my understanding of how policy impacts our communities, how little decisions today can impact the years to come. For me, this position is not about what I want, it's about honoring the public's voice, while also applying policy consistently, fairly, and within our purview as a Commission. The Commission has the honor of considering and helping to shape incredibly important policies for this county, from housing and cannabis to sign policy. You rarely make anyone happy with decisions, but hopefully that means we've balanced the needs of all the different groups impacted. I'm an economic development project manager of the city of Eureka. I live and work here, but I'm invested in Humboldt County as a whole. My family lives in McKinleyville area, and I spend a ton of time there. And through work and play, I've had the pleasure of seeing all the incredible diversity of this county. We have a lot of projects we consider in southern and eastern Humboldt, and over the last years, I've particularly made a point to better know and understand those communities and their needs. As a commissioner, I strive to balance the diverse needs of our communities while doing what's best for the county as a whole. I love this county, and it would be an honor to continue to serve. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you. So I'll bring it back to the board at this time for any thoughts. Supervisor Wilson.
Well, I just want to say I appreciate the work of the Commission, and I appreciate especially today the work that Sarah's been doing on there, and so with that I'm very supportive of her continuing on, and that's all I have to say. I mean, really.
Thank you. Yeah. I also want to thank both applicants for applying today. The Planning Commission is a hard place to be in that space when they're doing that work. I've been to several meetings, a lot of meetings actually, and Planning Commission does a great job. It's not very often loved by the community at the decisions, and Sarah's right, you can't often make anybody happy. Yeah, so just thanks to both applicants. I'm going to go out to public comment and then come back to the board. Zoom first.
There is none.
Any public comment in the room on Planning Commission? Okay, and coming back to the board and Supervisor Bohn.
Well, 90% of the time I'd probably vote for Brittany, just for the basic reason I think her direction and everything else is exactly what we're looking. But in all honesty, Sarah's been doing that. And I know we always say this, thanks for all the great applications. God, we're glad you're here and everything else. They're not always great applications, but we always kind of tell them they're great applications. Both Sarah and Brittany are doing a great job. And I got calls from people I highly respect on both of them. I don't know Sarah very well. I know Brittany a little bit, and I think she's done a great job. I love the youth involved here. I mean, no offense, Sarah, you look like you're 12. I'll probably get in trouble for saying that. Hopefully they'll keep saying that. But I'm just saying, the youth involved, but what you bring to the Planning Commission, I watch them all the time and everything else. But the older people on the board, sorry, Ivor, they respect the perspective you bring, and I appreciate that, and I will be voting for Sarah, but I'm begging Brittany to keep in there because she is so qualified. She brings the youth, and she brings a representation that Southern Humboldt, that, you know, the southern part of our county that needs to be represented. I mean, Thomas does a great job. He left, but Thomas does a great job. He's involved. He shows up. And the reason I love Thomas, you never question what he just said like most people. What did he mean by that? Because they're trying to keep that flavor of, yeah, I'm on the other side. Thomas just tells it like it is. And so I appreciate you guys, but I will be voting for Sarah, but that takes nothing away from Brittany because you guys claim it came in at 50-50 on my table. But thank you to both.
Thank you. I also got many calls for about the appointment of this at-large position for Brittany as well. I've spoken with Brittany in the past and met with her. Appreciate that she, in this case, we do have 2 great applications, so I don't have to fudge it and say that, but I do also believe that Sarah's doing a great job and have seen her in action with the Planning Commission. I appreciate the perspective that you bring forward. I also have heard you say many times that try to work in something that's workable and try to really please the community while adhering to policy and procedure for the county. And so I deeply appreciate that, especially in the unincorporated area that I serve, of a second district. You get a lot of applications down there. And so I deeply appreciate that. I also am going to be voting for Sarah, but I really encourage Brittany to keep applying and keep coming back. We need people that are willing, intelligent, and just really care about Humboldt County. And I think that Supervisor Arroyo wanted to make a comment. Or a motion.
Sure. Yeah, I didn't hear a motion on the floor yet. I was a little confused about that. I will move. I will make the motion, and then I have a couple of comments if that's okay. But I'll move that we reappoint Sarah West to the Planning Commission.
Second.
Thank you. And I want to just say that your confusion was that I think we're telling you a direction that we want to go.
Everybody was saying they wanted to go this way. However, I do want to just make a couple of comments about Brittany's application. Brittany, I don't know you like some of the folks up here do, but it was really cool to read your resume and application and hear some of your experience. It was interesting. You both said fairly similar things, and I think have a similar vision, but have different kind of backgrounds to bring to it. I think it's very cool to see that you're a small business owner out of Scotia and have done a lot of land use related work, but also are pursuing a career in the healthcare sector. So very interesting and diverse background. And I wanted to suggest that we just keep this application on file for the next time we have an opening. I don't see why we wouldn't. They just stay on file. So we will continue to have that on file. But I concur that Sarah's doing a phenomenal job for us and for the community as a whole in that role. So, and I've heard a lot of positive feedback from people as well, and a lot of urging to reappoint Sarah. So, thank you for your service.
Thank you. So we have a first and a second, and I'll go to Kaylee.
Can you repeat who seconded?
Mike.
Yeah, I second. I just to speak to the application issue question. I just remind people to please apply whether a position's open or not. It's just if you have an interest in any of our commissions or committees that have public participation in applications, please put them in when you have interest. They will remain on file, and someone will get a hold of you when there's an opening, and so that way you don't have to, be there when it happens. You can get ahead of the curve and apply at any time. So please do that. And I am the second, so yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We have a time set at 10:30, so we're going to take a 12-minute break and come back at 10:30 to read the next item, and we will be adjourned for 12 minutes. Recessed. we have a time set for 10:30, but we're going to go, if we could have everybody take their seats, please. We're going to go back to one item. We normally go at the end of the meeting to adjourn in memory of, but we're going to go, we're going to do that right now, and Supervisor Bohn is going to talk.
Well, I want to thank our chairman for compromising everything, but Laura has 20 years on the board and everything else, kind of realized she kind of guessed it'd be about 10:30, and she has some of her dearest friends here, former planning commissioner, a lot of good friends, former city council member, got some good guys here, but I talked to Laura and a lot of the same things we said earlier, but this is to adjourn, and we do the adjournments first thing in the morning now. Just, who knows? Yeah, we changed a lot of things since you left. No, but we do it now because we were finding ourselves adjourning to nobody in the audience and nobody paying attention. So we do it at the beginning of the meeting so people can talk about in front of the audience and people are still watching on the TV. So, but that doesn't, I probably should have mentioned that to you. That was my fault. But anyway, we are closing in the memory of Joel Canzoneri, and as I said earlier, worked for the county for a little bit, was a remarkable man for the city, and a lot of water projects and a lot of sea level rise projects and shoreline projects before it was a popular thing to do. So he was kind of a visionary. So I'd like to present this to Laura, and they were synonymous together. So it's hard not to talk about JoJo without mentioning Laura, and it's hard to talk about Laura without mentioning JoJo, because they were. And I did say one little thing. JoJo, I think, when he had his recent health issues, I think he always thought he was healthy if he could get to the lager bar and have maybe a drink in the afternoon. He says, "Okay, I'm back." So Laura. I haven't figured out if this to keep you guys out or to keep me in.
Here, Rex, you want to look this way so I can get your...
Which way?
Up here.
Oh, not the speaker's up there.
Not with my
Here, step to the side so you don't get that sticking.
Here we go.
This is beautiful. May I say just something quickly?
Yes, please.
Laura, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I take a personal honor with this. Where did Rex go?
Right there.
Oh, there you are.
You're standing with you. I don't care. I hate it up there.
No, I mean, you can go. He paid me an extra honor today. I don't mean to correct Supervisor Rex, whom I've known since I was 7, but I actually was clerk of the Board of Supervisors. I was not on the board, so thank you for the extra honor today. But I'm very thrilled to be there. Not under these circumstances, of course, but I want to thank my longtime friend, Tom Conlon, who has been with me almost the last 6 years of this health crisis with my husband. He knew my husband Joel before I did, and my longtime friend, former Eureka City Council member, I'm on a breath, Connie Miller, who's also been my rock, our longtime friend, David Kenworthy, and the handsome Gary Bird, who sometimes was almost mistaken for Joel, only he's a little taller than Joel. And I used to say, maybe Gary might be more handsome than Joel, but I won Joel's heart, and that's all right. But thank you so much. This is wonderful. This is wonderful. This helps a great deal. Please love your loved ones extra tight tonight. Please do that, and that would be a great honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. Condolences for your loss. So we're going to open it to public comment. We're going to go on Zoom first.
There's none. Oh, do have one.
Okay.
Caller 5682. I'm going to unmute you, and you'll have 3 minutes. Caller 5682, you're unmuted.
Okay, well, we tried. We're gonna, we could come back to that, but would anybody in the room like to speak on this item? If you would like to, please come forward. Hi there, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Connie Miller, longtime friend of Laura and JoJo. And together, they brought more joy to this community almost than anyone. As Laura said, Joel was always the first person at the party and the last one to leave, and he talked to everybody in the room. And the last time we were together, we went up to Willow Creek to see the new DreamQuest building. I had been on the board for 12 years and very proud of the project. And at lunch, Joel said, when I found out that he knew the president of the DreamQuest board, which I didn't know, but his comment was, I cut a wide swath through Humboldt County. And it's very true. He was a remarkable person. They were a remarkable couple. And it will be hard to say Laura without saying JoJo. We loved him dearly. Thank you for his honor for Laura. It means a lot.
Thank you. Hi, Tom.
So sorry for your loss, Laura. Laura and Joel were very, very good to me over the years, and this county is a better place because of Joel and Laura. Joel did a lot, and they helped a lot of people, so thank you, and sorry for your loss again, Laura.
Kaylee, is there still someone there?
No.
Okay. So anybody else on this item? And this is a little, we don't normally do this, but we're going to allow this today, so thank you for indulging us while we do this. I'm going to bring it back to the board.
Colin, you don't want up here? Excuse me.
I'm going to close public comment and come back to the board. And Supervisor Wilson would like to say something?
Yeah. Again, I associate myself with all of the things, the wonderful things you said about Joel. And earlier, I just added that he's hilarious. And I want to point out, actually, this whole time, even when you saw him, when he kind of looked like hell, right? I bet, was going through it, still hilarious. So, and that is a joy that he emoted and around everything. Aside from all of the wonderful work that he did and the tenacity of getting everything done, is so much fun to be around both of you, especially in those good times, but even in the times that were challenging. I just want to say I was just really appreciative of just the positive and just nonstop jokes. I just love it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. Joel was an amazing planner and an amazing friend. I was lucky to go to some of the parties up at your place out there over on West End, and they were always a lot of fun. But our neighborhood was going through a planning process. So almost 40 years ago, back in the late 80s, it was zoned U or unclassified, 1 acre minimums. And a person had come in and bought a 6-acre parcel and was going to make it into 6 1-acre parcels, which is really difficult with water and septic all combined together. And Joel worked with our neighborhood, and we actually gave up development rights, and he helped us rezone it to 3-acre minimums. And he put a lot of effort into that. I believe, Tom, you were there as the planning director at the time. But at any rate, very, very thankful to him for those efforts. So condolences to you for our loss from JoJo. But I also, folks may not remember that Laura's desk was right here in the middle of this space, right? That's where the clerk of the board sat during the meetings. And so you might have noticed we've dedicated this space to you, Laura, in memory of your time in this zone. We have not occupied it with anything else out of respect for your time there. So, little history.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, that was, the clerk still sat there up until 7, 8 years, well, until the remodel, I guess. Laura, I'm just going to say, if you get a chance, watch the meeting when it comes online, when they post it and everything else, because there were a lot of nice things said at length about what JoJo did, and I've appreciated your friendship over there in that Sequoia Park neighborhood and everything else, and Sacred Heart, St. Bernard's and everything else. And like I said, you can't say one without the other. And as you guys were the life of the party, there was always discussion, what hat is she going to wear this time? So appreciate all the sacrifices you made so JoJo could do so much for the county. And I think a good case in point, as you said, Mr. Conlon's here, and I think, Tom, I think that says a lot, because Gary Bird, Kenworthy, Connie, you guys, he made a swath, and he did, and he will never be forgotten for a lot of us. So thank you, and watch the beginning of the meeting.
Thank you. I'm glad you were able to come today, and that Supervisor Bohn and the board could honor you and your husband. Condolences. Okay, we are going to move on to our next item. Thank you so much again for coming. I'm going to do a little just housekeeping on this item. So this is our 10:30 time set. Apologize to the people that are here. We're running a little bit late. We're going to do a staff presentation is 15 to 18 minutes, and then we're going to come back to the board for questions and clarifying questions. And then we're going to do a presentation from Applied River Sciences, approximately 15 minutes. And then comments from the Wiyot tribe, comments from representatives of CalTrout, Trout Unlimited, and Friends of the Eel River, 4 to 5 minutes for those comments. And then public comment, and then we will be coming back to the board for discussion again. And so at this time, we're going to do the 10:30 time set, approval of memorandum of understanding to advance a water diversion agreement associated with PG&E's decommissioning of the Potter Valley project on the Eel River and a new Eel Russian diversion facility. And I think we're going to be starting with Hank Seaman and our counsel, Joel. Good morning, Joel. Sorry, or good morning, Hank. Sorry, we're starting just a tad bit late.
Good morning, Chair Bushnell and the rest of the board. Hank Seaman, Public Works Deputy Director. As you said, this item is for a memorandum of understanding to advance a water diversion agreement associated with PG&E's decommissioning of the Potter Valley project on the Upper Eel River and a new Eel Russian diversion facility. This is a substantial item. There's a lot to talk about, and also a lot of people to share comments. I could envision this going maybe an hour and a half or so. This slide provides a summary of the key points, and I'll just walk through them quickly, and then we'll talk about things in more detail. So PG&E is preparing to decommission the Potter Valley hydroelectric project on the Upper Eel River. A week and a half ago, they released a draft plan for public comment. In July, they will submit their final surrender application and decommissioning plan to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And then there's still significant engineering, consultation, permitting before dam removal will start. So that's still a few years out. So this hydroelectric project has diverted water from the Eel River to the Russian River for over 100 years. And water diversions are an important component of the water supply in the Russian River Basin. And so Sonoma County Water Agency, or Sonoma Water, and the Mendocino Inland Water and Power Commission proposed to continue water diversions through the tunnel of the project in a way that is compatible with protection of the Eel River and recovery of fisheries. For the last year and a half, 7 parties have negotiated the terms and conditions and parameters to consider a regional support for this endeavor. And so this week, the elected boards and councils for those 7 parties are considering a memorandum of understanding that contains the essential terms for the proposed agreement that would be developed before July. The next few slides provide some maps for geographic orientation. So this map shows the Eel River watershed and the Russian River watershed. Eel River watershed is outlined in purple and the Russian River in yellow. So the Eel River watershed is vast. It touches 5 counties. It covers nearly 1/3 of Humboldt County. And The main stem of the Eel River flows through Humboldt County for 81 miles. One of the most deeply valued aspects of the Eel River watershed is the abundance and diversity of habitat for fish and wildlife, especially important fisheries like Chinook salmon, coho salmon, steelhead, lamprey, sturgeon, and other species. And historically, because of that abundance and diversity of habitat, the Eel River produced immense populations of salmon species. At its peak, it probably produced over 1 million individuals of salmon species. Today, the populations are probably less than 5% of their historical peak. And there's a number of causes and contributing factors to the decline in fisheries. Historically, the Potter Valley Project and its operations were a significant cause and contributing factor to the decline in fisheries. This map shows the lower Eel River. The main stem flows up through the Eel River Canyon. It touches Trinity County, and then it extends adjacent to the Round Valley Reservation. The Round Valley Indian tribes are based in Covelo. This map shows the drainage divide between the Eel River watershed and the Russian River Basin. This also shows the main facilities of the Potter Valley Project. So the Potter Valley Project has Scott Dam, which forms Lake Pillsbury, and then 12 miles downstream it has Cape Horn Dam, which forms Van Arsdale Reservoir, and then there's a 1-mile tunnel that conveys water to a powerhouse, and then water that passes through the powerhouse discharges to the East Branch of the Russian River and also 2 canals. Water in those canals is used for irrigation in Potter Valley. And then the East Branch Russian River passes under Highway 20 and it discharges into Lake Mendocino. And then this map shows the rest of the Russian River watershed. So the Army Corps of Engineers and Sonoma Water manage releases from Lake Mendocino. Those releases go into the Russian River, and then the Russian River passes into Sonoma County. And then just south of Healdsburg, there's the confluence with Dry Creek, and Dry Creek receives water from Lake Sonoma, which is also managed by the Corps of Engineers and Sonoma Water. And so water from Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma are part of the water supply for Sonoma Water. They use both surface water and groundwater to serve their customers. Sonoma Water is a wholesale water provider, so analogous to our Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District. They have a total of 9 customers that provide water for a population of over 600,000 people. This is an aerial photograph of Scott Dam, which forms Lake Pillsbury. This has been the storage reservoir for the project. This is an image of Scott Dam. Scott Dam, when it was constructed in 1922, became a barrier for fish passage, and so fish were no longer able to access habitat upstream of Scott Dam. This is an image of Cape Horn Dam. Cape Horn Dam is smaller. It creates a backwater area that allowed water to be diverted into the tunnel. So just some brief history. The project was built over multiple years in the early part of the 20th century. It has been a cause or contributing factor to degradation of the watershed and reduction in fish populations. It did that through changing the natural patterns of water flow by reducing the volume of water flowing down the Eel River, by altering the water temperature, which is really important for fish species to know when to migrate. It blocked habitat, and it also created conditions for the proliferation of Sacramento pike minnow, which is an invasive species that preys on juvenile salmon. When it was initially constructed, it received a 40-year federal license, and then that went through relicensing in the 1970s until 1983. Humboldt County was active in advocating for the interests of the Eel River and Humboldt County in that process, and that did lead to conditions that required PG&E to make modifications to the facility and operations. And then in a 10-year span ending in 2007, as a result of a biological opinion from National Marine Fisheries Service, there were significant reductions in the water diversions through the facility. And so this graph shows general averages over 3 different time periods. So from 1922 until approximately 2006, the average annual volume of water diverted from the Eel to the Russian through the project was 150,000 acre feet. And again, that varied year to year. And then starting in 2007 until 2020, the average volume was much less, down to 60,000 acre feet. And then over the last several years, due to a number of factors, safety considerations, also multi-year drought, the volume of water has ranged between 30 and 40,000 acre feet per year. So in 2017, efforts began to discuss the relicensing of the project. Congressman Huffman convened an ad hoc committee, and he introduced a framework called the two-basin solution. And the intent of that was, if PG&E was going to relicense the facility, this framework would provide consideration, equal and fair consideration for the interests in the Eel River and the Russian River. But in early 2019, PG&E made the decision to not to pursue relicensing of the project, and so their intent was to relinquish that facility. For a few years, there was discussions about a potential regional ownership. Humboldt County was part of those discussions. The concept was that maybe a regional dam removal entity could acquire the project, receive funding from PG&E, actually implement the decommissioning in a way that would meet kind of the two-basin solution framework. But that effort did not turn out to be feasible, and that was discontinued in 2022. So PG&E will be the entity that removes the dams. For the last year and a half, we've had these negotiations on a potential water diversion agreement that would allow development of a new water diversion facility in conjunction with PG&E's dam decommissioning. Last year, the Eel Russian Project Authority was formed as an initial step. They're a joint powers association, or a joint powers authority between Sonoma Water, Sonoma County, Mendocino Inland Water and Power Commission, and also the Round Valley Indian Tribes are on the board. So they would be the entity that would construct and operate a new diversion facility. They need approval from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to use a portion of PG&E's lands and facilities to build a new facility. And so there's a linkage between the approval of PG&E's dam removal and construction of a new facility. So there's that linkage. So the negotiations over the last year and a half have resulted in a memorandum of agreement, and I'd like to walk through the sections of that. There's 11 sections. Some are longer than others. Section 1 contains recitals and background information. There's a statement of the co-equal goals from Congressman Huffman's two-basin solution framework. Those goals are stated there: improving fish migration and habitat on the Eel River to support recovery of naturally reproducing, self-sustaining, and harvestable native fish, and also maintaining water diversions from the Eel River through the tunnel to the Russian River to support their water supply reliability. The MOU also contains 5 additional statements of intent, and these are important for understanding the just the multiple interests that each basin has. The first one is to advance timely removal of the 2 dams on the Eel River through a cooperative approach with PG&E and the interested parties. Intent number 2 is to develop criteria for water diversions based on the best available science to ensure that water diversions will be consistent with recovery of Eel River fisheries and a functioning ecosystem. Intent number 3 is to secure equitable state and federal funding for investments in both water infrastructure on the Russian River side and ecosystem restoration on the Eel River side. Intent number 4 is to take a significant step towards restorative justice for the Round Valley Indian tribes and reconciliation with the history of adverse impacts on Eel River communities. And then finally, to establish an agreement that would be durable and have incentives and benefits for continuity. And so the remaining sections of the agreement are intended to implement those intentions. So this memorandum of understanding, it communicates the intent of the key terms, and then a more complete agreement will be developed by July for your board's consideration. Section 3 of the MOU states commitments. So parties to the agreement will make these commitments related to PG&E's dam removal. The parties would commit to support dam removal. They would commit to support PG&E undertaking dam removal as expeditiously as possible. The parties would support construction of a new diversion facility, and also that a commitment that that would not interfere or delay with dam removal. And then the parties would also support the Federal Regulatory Energy Commission to authorize construction where needed on the lands and facilities of PG&E. Section 4 is a commitment related to PG&E's water rights. So PG&E has water rights that were acquired for operation of the facility, and under this MOU and subsequent agreement, the appropriate water rights from PG&E would be ultimately transferred to the Round Valley Indian tribes, and then the Round Valley Indian tribes would lease them back to the Eel Russian Project Authority. So this is a significant component of the agreement. It would restore ownership of Eel River water rights to an entity based in the Eel River watershed, and in this case, a tribal nation. Section 5 of the MOU contains commitments related to PG&E's lands and facilities, so the parties would support a transfer of those lands and facilities that are needed for the new diversion facility to the Eel Russian Project Authority. Section 6 makes reference to the design concept for the new diversion facility. This would be a pumping system on the left bank of the river with a grade control structure. There would be no storage. There'd be limited in-stream features, and it would operate as a run-of-the-river system. This is a visual simulation of existing conditions at Cape Horn Dam. So this shows the dam structure itself. Just downstream, there's another concrete structure that functions as a fish barrier and to guide fish up to a fish ladder. This is a visual simulation of the proposed new design facility. So the dam structure would be removed. Portions of the foundation would be incorporated into a grade control structure. The fish ladder would be removed, and the pumping system would have its intake along the left bank, and then there would be a conveyance from that pumping system to the existing tunnel, and that would be encapsulated in a new embankment on the left bank. So this is these are the key design elements of the proposed facility, and this is there's a 30% engineering design complete, and it's and work is being done to advance it to a 60% level of completion. Section 7 contains several important elements. So 7.1 talks about what's called the diversion schedule, which are the rules and criteria that would control how water is diverted. This schedule was developed based on the framework of first determining what flows are needed for key river processes to recover Eel River fisheries. The components of that diversion schedule include protective minimum flows in the Eel River. So minimum flows are specified by season. So if flows are below those thresholds, then there would be no allowable diversions. So the flows in the Eel River would need to be above those minimum levels. Another component of the diversion schedule is limits on what % of the flow could be diverted. And those two components vary by season, and that's done to account for the life history needs of the different fish species. There would also be limits on how quickly the diversion rates could change so that it's not abrupt. And together, the proposed criteria would result in a reduction of the annual volume of diversions compared to historical volumes. And the vast majority of the diversions would occur in the winter and early spring during the wet season when the flows are highest in the Eel River. After the staff presentation, Scott McBain with Applied River Sciences will provide a presentation to explain the diversion schedule more in a little more detail. Applied River Sciences is a consultant that was working for the Round Valley Indian tribes and developed the diversion schedule, which has been accepted by the parties who are considering the agreement. Section 7.2 contains provisions for the Eel River Project Authority to do monitoring, to compare the monitoring results to performance metrics, and then to make adjustments to the diversion schedule if those performance metrics are not met. Section 7.3 of the MOU talks about a financial aspect of the agreement, and so this has provisions for a use charge and a restoration payment. So there will be two different payments. The Eel River Project Authority would pay Round Valley Indian tribes a use charge of $1 million per year to lease the water rights that the Round Valley Indian tribes would receive as part of this agreement. Second, the Eel River Project Authority would pay Round Valley Indian tribes a restoration payment of a minimum amount of $750,000. This payment is in recognition that the tribes have federally reserved water and fishing rights. And I should say, so the Round Valley Indian tribes, their reservation was established in 1858 and then subsequently modified, I think it was 1873. And the treaty between the Round Valley Indian tribes and the federal government specified that they retained water and fishing rights. And so this provision would provide a restoration payment, recognizing that the tribes would agree not to assert their federally reserved water and fishing rights during the term of the lease agreement. The Round Valley Indian tribes have committed to, or assuming their council approves this agreement, they would commit to transfer the restoration payment to an Eel River Restoration Fund that would be administered by the parties to the agreement who are involved on the Eel River, and potentially other parties. So there would be a subsequent agreement between Round Valley Indian tribes, Humboldt County, and other parties on the administration of that restoration payment and the criteria for how funds would be allocated. So that would be a subsequent agreement that we would bring back to your board. The annual restoration payment could increase above $750,000 if collectively the parties are successful in attracting a significant amount of federal and state funding to help with the construction of the new facility. If more than 75% of the construction cost is received through state and federal funding, then that restoration payment could increase incrementally. up to $1 million if 100% of the construction funds were received through public funding. But at a minimum, it would be $750,000 per year. And these amounts are given in 2025 dollars, and then they would be adjusted annually based on a consumer price index. Section 8 talks about the duration of the agreement. So the agreement would have an initial term of 30 years, and then after the initial term, there could be a conditional renewal of 20 years. And the MOU specifies that there would be 5 conditions for renewal. Condition number 1, that Eel River Restoration Fund would need to receive at least $25 million on top of the annual restoration payments. So there's an incentive for all the parties to pursue grant funding that would benefit both the Russian and the Eel River, and would benefit in particular the Eel River Restoration Fund. And then number 2, that the Eel Russian Project Authority would substantially comply with the payment and water diversion provisions of the agreement. And then 3, 4, and 5 are demonstrations. So the Eel Russian Project Authority would need to demonstrate that continued diversion is not expected to adversely affect recovery of Eel River fisheries. They would need to demonstrate a continued need for Eel River water, and they would also need to demonstrate progress in the ultimate goal of achieving self-reliance for water and independence from Eel River water. So if those 5 conditions are met, there would be that conditional renewal. So it would be initial 30-year term, and then 20 years, and then after 50 years, the parties to the agreement could consider a discretionary renewal. All parties would need to agree to that renewal, or the operations would terminate and the facilities would be removed. Section 9 contains goals for additional fundraising. The intent is that the parties would work together to the greatest extent feasible for funding awards that are split equally between the basins. And currently there are some prospects for some substantial grants that could be, that if awarded, would be split equally between the basins. And then Section 10 contains provisions for dispute resolution and enforceability. And then finally, Section 11 specifies that approving the MOU document is not pre-decisional for any subsequent agreement. Approving the MOU represents a commitment to continue working with the parties to finalize that agreement and bring it back to the respective decision-making bodies by July. So the MOU would set the course for developing that agreement. So in summary, the MOU contains protections and benefits for the Eel River. This is a summary of those. Water rights owned by an entity based in the Eel River watershed, limited water diversions based on the need of Eel River fisheries, design of a facility that allows a free-flowing river, performance metrics and adaptive management, an initial 30-year term with a conditional 20-year term, and then the agreement is premised that there would be a future phase-out of diversions as the Russian River basin makes progress on water independence. Those are protections, and then the key benefits include this agreement would commit the major Russian River water users to support PG&E's dam removal. It would generate an annual restoration payment of a minimum of $750,000 per year. It would be a catalyst for new funding to support restoration. Parties to the agreement will have an ability to influence future decision-making, and if Humboldt County is a party, we would represent the county's interests. And then finally, this agreement is a way to demonstrate regional collaboration in working to resolve a long-standing conflict. So staff's opinion is that the MOU contains protections and benefits that that represent a strategic opportunity to accelerate restoration on the Eel River and recovery of Eel River fisheries. So what we propose is that this would be a good time for any initial questions on the presentation, and then we'd like to invite Scott McBain to talk about the diversion schedule, and then we wanted to create space, and if a representative from the Wiyot tribe was here, my understanding is that the tribal council approved a letter of support for the MOU at their meeting last night. And then we have representatives that have traveled here from California Trout and Trout Unlimited, and then there's also representatives from Friends of the Eel River, and then allowing time for public comment and then further board discussion. That ends the staff report.
Thank you. Yeah, so our board did receive a letter from the Wiyot tribe in support of this MOU, and I think was forwarded to you. And if there is someone here, then we'll get to them. So at this time, I would like clarifying questions for Hank from the board, if there are any. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you, and Scott McBain also may want to add to this, but I think you know the answer. Could you highlight what the diversion, the past diversions were at their height as far as the volume of water diverted? Did he? I missed that. Could you just say it again?
Yeah, I mean, at the height, the annual volume was over 150,000 acre feet.
Yeah.
And during some of the drought years, for example, 1976 and 1977, the diversions took almost 100% of the flow in the Eel River.
Mm-hmm.
So
wow.
yeah, historically they were very impactful, and the diversion schedule that's proposed now is a totally different framework for considering diversions. It's not how much water is desired, but what are the needs of the Eel River flows and the ecosystem.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
Just a couple quick ones. Can I see the second slide again? The one with the 7. Maybe tell me off the top of your head, who are the 7 parties involved with it right now?
California Department of Fish and Wildlife, California Trout, Humboldt County, Round Valley Indian Tribes, Trout Unlimited, Sonoma Water, and Mendocino Inland Water and Power Commission.
Okay. So I noticed Lake and Glen aren't involved in it. Sonoma is, and the Eel River doesn't even go into Sonoma. But I'm just saying, on the diversion, we talk historical and for 100 years, but when you go farther, all the water. I just want to make sure, since the Eel River is an impacted valley, our Eel River basin here is an impacted watershed. When we're talking about fish, we also talk about our legacy farmers and our dairymen and everything down there, and the impact it takes on them on water usage and things like that. And if there's any guarantees on that or anything else. So the $1 million a year sounds great, or 750,000, but then you just named off 5 agencies with probably a few more in there. That pie is going to be like one pie at Thanksgiving for a dinner of 20. It's not going to be very thick slices, and I don't know how much restoration and work we're actually going to do when it's going to be more administration rather than actually boots on the ground. So is there any way to protect the river and the fish and the people that make their living off it? It's a happy medium that can be met, but it's just without so many, can't one agency run this whole thing without everybody getting a chunk of the pie, their 10% admin fees? I mean, we've got 3 or 4 environmental or whatever you want to do. Isn't there a way that one group can run it just without everybody wanting a piece of it?
I can speak to 2 points. When Scott McBain comes up, he'll talk about the seasonal variation in expected water diversions, and especially for the lower Eel River, the conditions in August and September are of a big concern, just as it's the end of the dry season. And Scott can address kind of, basically there would not be diversions in July and August and September under the proposed diversion rules. So that provides good protection for water users on the lower Eel River during that dry season. And then to the second point, one of the challenges of the Eel River has been just the vastness of the watershed, and upriver and downriver, and there's work to be done in terms of coming up with an efficient organization that also has transparency and accountability for administering those funds. And so that's a job that's still ahead. We haven't really had time to have those discussions and come up with some specific options for how to administer those funds. I think one of the advantages that restoration payment would be unrestricted, and it would allow really strategic use of those funds to leverage additional funding. So a certain amount of funding could be used for grant applications, for cost share, to really attract other investment for bigger, impactful projects. So there's a large strategic value to having that committed, unrestricted funding.
Thank you. Unless there's any other comments, we're going to go to the next presenter, and I don't see any. So the presentation from Applied Science, I think Scott McBain. You can come to the staff table, or you're welcome to stand at the podium. And if you have there's the clicker, if you have a presentation there.
Okay.
Hi, good morning.
Hi. Yeah. Perfect, thank you. Good morning, Chair Bushnell and Supervisors. Thank you for having me here today. Scott McBain, a consultant to the Round Valley Indian Tribes. I'll kind of go into the weeds a little bit more than to build off what Hank kind of give you an overview of the draft flow recommendations that we currently have under post-Potter Valley project decommissioning scenario and the associated diversion criteria after those recommendations. This was developed over several years with many entities, many of whom are in the room, as a collaborative process, and also built off the Huffman ad hoc committee effort. So it's kind of a continuation of that. And as Hank mentions, it's a component of the water diversion agreement. So quick disclaimer from our legal counsel was prepared, this disclaimer was prepared for the context of these draft flow recommendations that I'm going to summarize today. Quick outline. I'm going to go a little bit more into the background, but not too much, building from Hank's presentation, and get into the flow recommendations and the associated diversion criteria, and then go into a little bit more of the diversion volume summary that I'm sure everyone's interested in, and then open it up for questions. Okay, a little bit more of the background. As Hank mentioned, we really started with the ad hoc committee. That committee was a Eel Russian River Basin group that was trying to solve this problem of what do we do once the PVP decommissioning occurs. We did a bunch of water supply modeling as part of that to look at different options both on the Eel and the Russian Basin, and one of the scenarios that came out looked very favorable to actually solving this two-basin solution that really focused on diverting water. Instead of diverting water year-round and storing it in Lake Pillsbury, with Scott Dam removed, we'd divert water in the winter and the spring when water was more abundant and the potential impacts to the Eel River were less, and then cease diversions in the late spring and summer and early fall. But we need to put that water someplace on the Russian River Basin. So that was kind of the trade-offs analysis that effort went. And so again, this is kind of building from that. Assumes that Scott Dam and Cape Horn Dam are removed, that we have unimpaired flows entering the new Eel Russian River facility at the Cape Horn Dam site after Potter Valley project decommissioning. And yeah, so these flow recommendations would be implemented after PVP decommissioning. So the current diversion is pretty much limited to about 125 CFS because of some infrastructure issues for PG&E. That diversion capacity be increased to 300 CFS so we could take more water in the wintertime and the early spring. And the analysis that I'll show you here assumes that the minimum that we can divert is 5 CFS based on some engineering issues with the new diversion facility. And so that may get revised as we go. So, oops, backwards. The map here, when we look at these kinds of ecological evaluations, we kind of focus on where we think the impacts are going to be the greatest. And as you can imagine, does this laser pointer work? So here's the diversion facility here, Cape Horn Dam, that the impact of the diversions, the potential impacts, are going to be greatest immediately below, but as you go further and further downstream, there's tributaries that contribute water, sediment, wood, that kind of help dilute the potential impacts of that. So we kind of focus on the upstream end, but also look at the whole thing as well. So the strategy that we're using here is an assumption that any alteration to the hydrograph can increase risk to the ecosystem, so even up or down. And so we really look at this problem as how much can we alter the hydrograph to minimize risk to the ecology, in this case the Eel River system. And this is consistent with the shared objectives from the two-basin solution, with emphasis on that we're really trying to recover naturally producing and sustainable and harvestable fish populations. That's what we're looking for over the long term. And one way of doing this is to divert 1% of the unimpaired flows. So it's like, how much can we shave off the top that still does not cause a risk to the Eel River ecosystem. So here's a conceptual drawing of what that might look like. The blue line here is unimpaired flows. And even if you, so in most cases you think about decreasing flows increases the risk, but in some cases like Central Valley rivers in the summer, you increase flows. So positive or negative deviations can increase risk. So we think about how much risk are we willing to take. So with about a 10% diversion rate, literature is saying that this is pretty highly protective. So if you stay around 10% diversion rate, supported by a lot of studies within the US and Canada, as well as some local studies done by ourselves and Caltrout locally. As you increase to 20%, it provides a moderate level of protection. And then 30% is increasing risk, but if you have specific studies to justify that, it can reduce that risk. So our approach here is we do go up to 30% in the wintertime when there's more water in the system, but we also add protections with floors, I'll talk about in a minute, as well as the tunnel capacity of 300 CFS limits that percent diversion as well. So that's kind of a constraint. The hole's only so big. You can't push more water through that. So that's kind of the strategy. Another conceptual drawing here is kind of like showing how this would work, the two pieces of it. So there's two parts of the flow recommendations. There's the percent of flow modifications that I just mentioned, and then there's also floors. So the percent flow modifications, so the blue line here is unimpaired flows, and then let's just say that this is a 10% is a divertible, and the black line would be what would be below the diversion. So the difference between those is the divertible flow, and then we put protective floors down here. So if unimpaired flows drop below those floors, the diversion would shut off. So it's a backstop. So it's that combined approach that we'd be using here. And again, the current maximum diversion is about 125. We'd be increasing that to 300 CFS for those winter diversions. I'm going to skip this for time. So what are the flow recommendations that are in the water diversion agreement? So we broke the year into 4 different pieces based on life history timing of key salmonid species. So fall flows for adult Chinook passage and spawning and egg incubation, winter time for adult steelhead passage as well as Chinook egg incubation, winter and spring for juvenile rearing and outmigration, and then adult steelhead migration and Celt outmigration, so the spawned out steelhead. And then summer flows is kind of the tail end of juvenile outmigration as well as just maintaining the ecosystem. So we have date ranges for each of those. The floor ranges for fall flows of about 300 CFS. So again, what this means is no diversions can happen unless flows are above 300 CFS, and that 300 CFS is based on assessment of full volitional fish passage up into the upper watershed. As you go into winter, that floor drops a little bit to 250, and then spring is 125, and then in the summer is 35 CFS. And then those percentage diversion rates vary by season as well, from 20 to 30 in the wintertime. Those are higher because there's more water in the system, back down to 20 in the spring, and then 20% in the summer. And again, the maximum diversion is 300 CFS. That's limited by tunnel capacity. So the diversions would end typically in late spring to early summer, and it really depends on the water year. And so we set these up for the floors to determine when diversions shut off. So on a drier year, the diversions could shut off as early as mid-April. In wetter years, they could go out into July. So it's variable, but when there's more water, the abundance and impacts are shared more. So once we exceed that floor, diversions would stop. The other thing that we've built into this is on the fall flows is that we let the first freshets go by so that we have full Chinook passage into the upper watershed, because many years, particularly on drier years, we get adult Chinook holding in the lower river and they can't move up into the upper watershed. So we want to preserve the ability for full volitional passage. All right, this is probably the messiest slide. So I apologize for this, but it's like, what would this actually look like if we looked at this on a day-by-day basis for an example year? So we have a long period of record that we've analyzed this. We chose 2013 just to illustrate this. Dates on the x-axis, flows on the y-axis. This is kind of a dry, normal-ish year, so it's kind of typical sort of thing, if there is such a thing as typical on the eel. So the blue line is unimpaired flows. And under these rules, the green line is what would be below the new diversion facility. So the difference between the green and the blue is what would be diverted. Notice that the y-axis ends at 1,000 CFS. The peak flow, even on this drier, normal drier year, was 18,000 CFS. So I just cut it off so you can actually see the lines here. Otherwise, they'd all be like squiggles at the bottom of the chart. The floors are shown on there in the dashed red lines through the seasons. The red line is what the diversion would be under if you just strictly followed these flow recommendations. So that would be the water that's left over that's divertible. And the purple line shows what those flows would be based on modeled assumptions that Sonoma Water has done on Russian River constraints. So what are Russian River constraints? So because we have to put that water into the Russian River, it has to go into Lake Mendocino. But what if Lake Mendocino and the Russian River already has a wet year, lots of water, the lake's full, they're in flood control operations. It doesn't make sense to pump water over into the Russian River that's just going to spill. So Sonoma Water has done some very helpful modeling on saying, okay, what would actually be diverted, and that's the purple line. So when we talk about volumes, we'll kind of put both of those numbers of like if you strictly implemented the flow recommendations, what would the volumes be? And then if you had these Russian River constraints, the current modeled constraints. So as we walk through the seasons here, we retain the fall pulses and high winter flows at the beginning of the season for adult Chinook migration. The diversions are oftentimes at the maximum capacity at 300 CFS when there's a lot of water in the system. And then when unimpaired flows start to drop, the percent of flows kick in and the diversions drop as well. And then when the Russian River is in flood control operations or low water needs, those diversions would cease. And the recession rate of the natural flows in the spring is retained, again with the percent diversion. So we have a natural hydrograph you can see throughout the year with the green line. And then the diversions would cease depending on water year type once the unimpaired flows drop below the floor. So that's kind of how it all works, is intended to work. And so I have many, many years of this, but I'll keep it simple here. So the hydrology summary, just for simplicity, we'll kind of use a metric of percent unimpaired flows. So like how much of the unimpaired flows are getting diverted. So I'll use that number a lot here. Hank summarized some of those numbers over the long term. Here's a very messy chart here, but the blue line here is the observed diversion to the Russian River. And as he mentioned before, those diversion volumes have been dropping over time. We use a 1968 to 2023 time period. And then the red boxes are what our flow recommendations would be as far as diversion. So you can see a reduction there. And then the green is the model diversions with those Russian River constraints. And if we zoom in on 2013, just to kind of look at this, using the same 2013 example, in this particular year, unimpaired flows are about 342,000 acre feet, which is 100% of the unimpaired flows. And the actual diversion in 2013 was about 68,000 acre feet, or about 20% of unimpaired. The flow recommendations would drop it down to about 39,000 acre feet, which is about 11% of unimpaired. And then with the modeled Russian River constraints, it drops even more. So that's kind of how the volumes would look on an individual year, example year. And this is how it would look with the average 1968 to the 2017 period. So the average unimpaired flows during that period is about 525,000 acre feet, which is 100% of unimpaired. Historic over that period is 128, which is about 24%. Flow recommendations are about 11%, and then when you add in the Russian River constraints on that same time period, it drops to about 5.7%. So you can see that those volumes have been dropping as we go. And I think that was, okay. So those volumes are like immediately below the diversion infrastructure if we assume that. And again, as I mentioned at the very beginning, that's where the potential impacts of the diversion be most pronounced, but we have tributaries as you go downstream that are contributing water and sediment, like Tom Kai Creek, Outlet Creek, Middle Fork, Eel River, all the way down to the Van Dusen. So what would this look like as you go downstream? So this is kind of a similar table that summarizes the below, this pointer doesn't work, but how this would look like with the current draft flow recommendations. Right below the diversion structure, if you looked at the average of all these years is about 9.4% of unimpaired would be diverted. And as you go downstream, it drops to about 1% at Scotia. And so you can see the effect of the tributaries there. And then the other four columns show it seasonally. So the biggest potential diversions are in the winter and the spring, where you're up to 15 to 16% of unimpaired would be diverted immediately below the diversion facility. And then again, as you go downstream, it drops to about 1.5 to 1.7. When you add in the modeled constraints on the Russian River due to flood control operations and water demand, you can see, particularly in the wintertime, we've dropped from about 15% diversion to about 7.5%, because in the wintertime, particularly in wetter years, they don't need or want that water. So that drops quite a bit. But again, down at Scotia, we're still we're less than 1%, 1.5% by the time we get down there. So throwing a lot of data at you. I have lots more, but if you have any questions, here to answer them if I can, or get back in touch with you.
Is that the end of your presentation? Okay, thank you. And so we'll do clarifying questions from the board, if there are any, before we go on to the next. And then, Hank, also, do you have any questions? No? So it doesn't look like right now we're going to get the rest of the presentations, and the board may call you back up for clarifying questions.
Okay.
That's okay?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So the next, is there someone here from the Wiyot tribe? Or someone online from the Wiyot tribe?
I have someone's hand raised.
Can you unmute them and see?
Caller 5056, I'm gonna mute you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Sassel, and I'm calling on behalf of the Wiyot tribe. Our council last night approved a letter in support of this MOU, which I will read. Dear Supervisors, Supervisor Bushnell, I'm writing on behalf of the Wiyot tribe to express our strong support for the proposed Memorandum of Understanding that is being presented to the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors on February 11, 2025, and to the governing bodies of the other parties, including Round Valley.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the room is having a hard time hearing you. Could you speak up or more directly into whatever? Thank you.
Including the Round Valley Indian Tribes, Sonoma County Water Agency, and Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission, California Trout, and Trout Unlimited. The Wiyot tribe is grateful for the Board of Supervisors for your critical role in negotiating MOU terms that advance the goal of a restored Eel River. The Wiyot tribe believes this MOU is the precursor to an enforceable water diversion agreement, will establish the framework and funding for badly needed Eel River restoration throughout the watershed, including our ancestral territory within Humboldt County. The Eel River is a critical cultural and natural resource that has supported the Wiyot tribe for generations. The Wiyot tribe has led several Eel River restoration efforts, including pike minnow suppression and other, and looks forward to participating in joint restoration efforts once the water diversion agreement is finalized. Our discussions with Round Valley Indian tribes lead us to believe that there will be provisions in the administration and governance of river restoration funds for the participation of the Wiyot tribe and other tribes with ties to the Eel River and conservation organizations. We are also satisfied that the provisions related to dedication of funds for river and fishery restoration will be enforceable. We are especially pleased to know that the MOU commits Russian River interests to provide robust funding for Eel River restoration and to contribute to joint efforts to raise millions of dollars from public sources for such purposes. We respectfully request that you share this letter with other members of the Board of Supervisors. We urge the board to approve the MOU. It will be a significant step towards the restoration of a river on which all citizens of Humboldt County rely. And it's signed, Brian Mead, Chairman.
Thank you, Michelle. Could you stay online in case there are any questions from our board? Does anybody have a question of them? Hank, do you have any questions? Okay. Thank you so much for that statement.
Thank you.
So the next, we're going to go to comments from California Trout. Somebody here? Hi, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, my name is Charlie Schneider. I'm a senior project manager at California Trout. I'm here with my colleague, Darren Maru, who's going to speak briefly after me. Like many North Coast residents, I grew up in Fort Bragg on the North Coast, fishing the eel and swimming in it in the summer. And I understand the importance of robust fish populations for our coastal economies. You know, a big part of why Cal Trout does the work we do is to support our local communities that value healthy river systems and robust fish populations. We've been working in the Eel River for over 60 years. Our organization got our start fighting the Dos Rios dam construction that would have flooded Covelo. So working on this project is an interesting return to sort of the impetus of our organization here in the Eel River. Like Humboldt County, we've been involved in the Potter Valley project relicensing initially back in the 80s, and then now with the two-basin solution and decommissioning with PG&E. And we really thank Humboldt County and Humboldt County staff for their leadership on this issue. This MOU is just one part of this effort that will eventually see the Eel River free-flowing, which we're all very excited about. And we believe that this MOU is important to help facilitate timely dam removal, to get these dams out quickly because that's what the fish need. Transbasin diversions like the Potter Valley project are really complex natural resource issues, and in large part because one basin typically sees all the costs, while a separate basin sees all the benefits. And we see this MOU as a really important solution to that sort of difficult, wicked problem that transbasin diversions create. But more than that, when Cal Trout and I think our other partners re-entered these negotiations, what was really important to us is that this MOU had a benefit and a lasting benefit to the Eel River, that it wasn't just no harm to the Eel River, but an actual benefit long term. And we believe this MOU meets that threshold. First, it provides a really important level of restorative justice for Round Valley Indian tribes. And as I mentioned before, it paves the way for timely dam removal. With climate change, with fish populations in the state they're in, the dams can't come out soon enough for these salmon populations. Next, it establishes for the first time in the Eel River ecological flows that are based on the needs of the Eel River and not the needs of someone else. And so we're very supportive of Scott McBain's work, and we do feel like this flow schedule will be protective. And it also sets a really strong precedent for other water diversions in other places in the state. And then finally, just to speak to the Restoration Fund, and my colleague will speak to this a bit more, But the amount provided and the nature of the funding being unrestricted really provides the impetus to attract additional funding. So this unrestricted funding really allows us to leverage that money to do bigger things. And as NGOs, we're very used to this type of funding, and we use it to great effect, typically in the neighborhood of 5 to 10 times. We're able to expand that money 5 to 10 times from what we receive in unrestricted funding in state and federal money. So the hope here is that this fund will not only be directly funding restoration projects, but will actually be helping to spur on additional restoration projects in the basin. And I just want to note, importantly, we're thinking about more than just the upper basin when we're talking about this fund. It really is a basin-wide effort to recover fisheries and the health of this entire watershed. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Darren, who's going to talk a little bit more about that basin-wide restoration effort.
Thank you. Hi, good morning.
Morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Darren Maru. I'm the North Coast Director for California Trout. Happy to be here, and thank you for inviting me. I also wanted to echo my colleague Charlie's comments about the excellence of your staff in not only their presentation this morning, but really representing our community very well in negotiations. They've just taken a great leadership role, and we really appreciate what they've done for our community. You've heard a lot this morning about PG&E's plans for decommissioning and the surrender application and so forth. I just wanted to take a little step back and kind of put into context and contextualize what it means for basin-wide riverine recovery, eel river health, and the recovery of our salmonid populations. So we know that PG&E is proposing to do dam removal quite rapidly. We know that stream flows above that proposed diversion facility will be relatively unimpaired and the habitat upstream healthy. We've done studies to identify there's a lot of habitat for salmon and steelhead recovery in that upper basin. And the genetics in the resident rainbow trout also retain the genetic information for a summer steelhead run, which we think can be restored as well. We've seen in the case of the Klamath River how quickly those salmonid populations respond once the dams are out of their way, and so we can hope for and anticipate a similar response to dam removal in the Eel River. So all those things packaged are really, really good and sort of the fundamental keep our eye on the prize for those things to happen. But many of my colleagues and I, working locally here in our communities, all the way back with Supervisor Arroyo helping on our Eel River Forum efforts, have envisioned the opportunity with this dam relicensing and now surrender application to embrace a broader Eel River restoration opportunity. And so our Eel River Forum, for example, for many, many years, focused on what can we do besides dam removal to advance recovery of this watershed basin-wide. So I wanted to touch on a couple of those things. Since about 2020, during some of our feasibility studies, we've proposed, scoped, received funding, and now have implemented the first phase of what we call the Eel River Restoration and Conservation Program. This is the plan that came out in June of last year. I have some copies that I can leave for you. That this is a summary of the plan, and this kind of outlines what we think is feasible on a basin-wide scale to promote recovery of our watershed health and fisheries. And so I'll leave you with the summary of the plan here. Don't have time today to go into it, but I just wanted to also note that we have been funded for phase 2 of the plan, so our work will continue, and I wanted to highlight some of the key things that will be in this next phase of our plan. First and foremost, we'll be able to start prioritizing the restoration and conservation actions that we have identified in the plan to date, so that we can be sure we're spending our money in the right places at the right time. Okay, so that prioritization process is forthcoming and will help inform how restoration investment gets spent across this watershed. The second thing is we'll be able to continue our South Fork Eel River pike minnow suppression program that right now I think is a critical thing to protect the juvenile salmonids while we prepare for dam removal and make that population be robust across the basin. And so with South Fork Eel River underway, we're also going to expand that pike minnow suppression program into the main stem Eel River with funding forthcoming from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And so this is going to be, in my mind, a real game changer to help aid the fish while we lead to dam removal. The third thing is we'll be developing a basin-wide science and monitoring program so that we can study the effects of the dam removal and the restoration investments that are being made and understand how effective they are. This is something that doesn't exist now, but all of my colleagues and I as scientists really believe this is a vital thing for going forward. And the last thing is getting to Supervisor Bohn's question about a program. We advocate for establishing an Eel River program that can manage the funds, oversee restoration, oversee this monitoring and science program, and invest in the eel on behalf of the communities that live and work in the Eel River. So if you think about the Klamath Renewal, the Klamath River Renewal Corporation that was set up to oversee Klamath Dam removal, we envision something similar for the Eel River, an independent new entity that can oversee this basin-wide restoration and conservation program, dam removal, science programs, and so forth. Our basin-wide planning has a lot more aspects to it, looking at public versus private ownership. U.S. Forest Service lands and the headwaters really need better management, and we can address some of those issues. Wild and scenic river status, managed by the National Park Service, really needs our help to help them plan for protection of that wild and scenic river status. We all know the Great Redwood Trail is coming, and we embrace and want to collaborate with those colleagues. And finally, investing in the estuary and the delta of the Eel River will pay dividends. Very good productive habitat in that region, threatened by sea level rise. We need to help that part of the Eel River as well. And so overall, as we embrace this dam removal effort and we look at the basin-wide restoration and conservation opportunities, we really feel like we're approaching a game-changing scale of what can be done in this Eel River. If you remember, there was a movie made called The Eel River's Last Chance. We think this is the Eel River's best chance. So thank you very much for having me here. And
thank you.
Brought some of these copies that I can leave with you as well. If you'd like to take
if you could hand them to Hank, and
sure,
we can get them to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next we're going to go to Trout Unlimited. Is there someone? Hi. Still morning. Good morning.
I was looking at the clock to see.
5 more minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Brian Johnson, and I'm a Senior Policy Advisor for Trout Unlimited for Western Water and Climate. And I'm joined here by my colleague, Matt Clifford, who's the California State Director. And I also want to start with a strong thank you to the county for your leadership on this matter. You know, as you did on Klamath River Dam removal, it's been a really strong partnership. I've really enjoyed working with Hank and Joel, and I think we're, you know, have within our grasp a very big win for the Eel River, and so thank you. There are very powerful reasons why Humboldt County or my organization, Trout Unlimited, would have wanted and demanded a seat at the table, and very strong risks for us if we're not involved. You know, key among them, a risk that dam removal could be delayed or thwarted by Russian River water users, or that the diversion could continue and not be constrained by Eel River considerations or go on forever. But I also want to emphasize that we're not here just to try to limit damage, but to actually create something that's affirmatively good and powerful and positive for the Eel River and for people in the basin who depend on the water. And we have some work to do, but I believe that we're on a good track, and that with your support we can do that. And key points, not to be too repetitive, but a strong in-stream flow schedule and diversion schedule. Our scientists agree that what Scott presented is good and limits diversion to 1 or 2% as measured down at Scotia, none at all during the summertime, and should be fully consistent with full recovery of fisheries to a harvestable level. Strong enforcement that all of the parties to the agreement would able to bring to make sure that the water diversion is as intended and that we have control over that. Phase out of a diversion over time, a measure of restorative justice for tribal nations, including for Round Valley Indian tribes who have the senior water right in that part of the world, but for more than a century have had their interests completely disregarded, and that won't happen anymore. And then finally, the funding that we've spoken about for the Eel River. And my colleague Matt will talk a little bit more about that and hopefully address some questions about the intent and the benefits for all that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Matt. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. I am Matt Clifford. I'm the State Director, the California State Director for Trout Unlimited. I'm just here to, just quickly at the end here, but make put a little more flesh on the bones of a few points raised by the folks before me. And the first does go to funding here. Two of the points I want to make, there are three of them, and two of them are the points already raised by Supervisor Bohn in the question and answer before. And about the level of funding, we won't presume to tell the commissioners whether or not this level of funding is sufficient alone to make the Eel River Basin whole. That's for you to decide. What I can do is tell you from experience what we can do, what can be done with this level of funding. And as my colleague from CalTrout mentioned, the real advantage, the real thing that this funding has going for it are really two things. One, it's stable. It's a very predictable stream of revenue over time, and it's flexible. We do have a great deal of experience with similar funding models elsewhere in California, where we and our partner NGOs have a solid, stable stream of funding like that we are able to leverage, again, as was already said, into 5 or 10 times as much public funding from state and federal sources and local sources. And the reason we can do that, the way project management works in practice, is that early on, to get projects, to conceive of projects and get them off the ground, figure out what you want to do where, and kind of conceptualize it, make the landowner contacts. Those are the essential things you have to do to get restoration going. It can't happen without those things. They're also very hard to fund with traditional grant programs. What funding like this does is allows us to have the walking around money to make those contacts, develop those projects, and get them to the point of design where then the federal programs can take over. And it's been a really successful model. We've done it elsewhere. We're putting tens of millions of dollars of restoration across the coast of California on the ground right now every year with that funding model. In the eel, we could really do, just with that amount of revenue focused on the eel, there's a great deal more that we could do. So there's that point. Secondly, as far as this goes to governance, of like another question, like, well, aren't we just going to eat up all these funds with so many competing groups? What the MOU calls for is for this to be worked out amongst the parties, to have a governance structure. And what we would advocate for is really, what we have going for us in the eel, there are a lot of tribes and NGOs already with a lot of experience with restoration in the eel. CalTrout, through Eel Reform, for example, has done a great deal of planning work about what needs to be done in the eel. And we can draw on that experience and really, rather than build new infrastructure and create something new, if we can just enhance the capacity, as mutually agreed by the parties, of the existing organizations and give money, give the funds to people who already are using it, I think we're already a leg up in the eel, and we can really make the best use of those funds, but that'll be worked out amongst all the parties. And it's clear, I should mention, too, the folks on the Russian side would like a say in how this revenue stream gets used, and we're certainly open to that as well, and with regular reporting and accountability. So I think we're poised to make the maximum efficient use of these funds. The final thing I would mention, just to remind the commissioners, is that what's in front of you right now is a memorandum of understanding. In other words, it's an agreement to agree. What we've done so far is try to identify all of the key points of the deal, the essential components, the things where if we can't get to agreement on these things, we don't even know if we have a deal at all, and present those in the MOU and achieve consensus on those. What's left over are some of the finer points we're confident we can get to. We know we can work them out. We don't know exactly what they'll look like yet, including things like the governance of this fund. But this commission will have another chance with a final agreement to come, and you'll have that before you again. You can see the details. We'll cross the T's and dot the I's, and you can make a final vote at that time. So you really do have 2 bites at this apple. But just in closing, I just wanted to get in front of you the reasons why we think this is actually a very good deal for the and we feel good about this agreement, and we hope that you will as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lastly, we're going to hear from Friends of the Eel River. Hi, good afternoon.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Yeah.
It is afternoon.
I'm Alicia Heyman. I'm Executive Director for Friends of the Eel River, and we were founded 30 years ago for exactly this purpose, to remove the Eel River Dam. So this is a really, really exciting time for us. I need to start this morning by thanking you, County Supervisors, for bringing this discussion before the public. Unlike my colleagues, Friends of the Eel River has not been a part of these negotiations, but I'm here to say, like they have also, thank you for holding firm in advocating for the Eel River. The supervisors and particularly your staff, I think, have done a really tremendous job. In large part, thanks to your effort, the conversation shifted from negotiating for a deal that would do no harm to the eel to one that seeks to generate real benefits for the river and secures long-term investment in restoration. We appreciate that this deal disarms opponents of dam removal and commits critical stakeholders to supporting dam removal in a timely fashion. As Friends of the Eel River has said over and over again, to reap the benefits of dam removal on the eel, it has to be done quickly. I also want to emphasize the significant step forward toward restorative justice that this deal presents. We appreciate the county's effort in supporting Round Valley Indian tribes receiving compensation for the harms the project has caused, and centering the tribes in a position of power and ensuring that they have controlling interest in the future of the river is not only strategic, it's the right thing to do, and it makes me really proud to be a citizen here in Humboldt County. This deal makes an important shift to diverting only 1% of natural flows that the Eel River can spare, and only during the wet season. And this is a big improvement from diverting in the spring and summer as we do now. However, as Friends of the Eel has long emphasized, the problem with the dams over the last several decades has largely not been flows, but rather the blocked access to the upper basin habitat. The hundreds of miles of excellent habitat, might I say. Opening the upper basin habitat presents real potential for recovery of the eel's native fish, and perhaps none more than summer steelhead. As my colleague Darren mentioned, summer steelhead and the eel are really special. They're part of the southernmost run of summer steelhead on Earth. They serve an important role in dispersing ocean-derived nutrients farther up into the forests than other salmonids do. And there's a really incredible opportunity because summer steelhead genetics live on in the resident rainbow trout that are trapped behind Scott Dam. All that's needed for these fish to resume the life history of their ancestors is to just take down that barrier. I want to touch on the monitoring plans outlined in the MOU. We appreciate that the effectiveness monitoring includes a broad range of metrics, including year-round fish monitoring. Given the importance of this project to summer steelhead specifically, I do feel it necessary to point out that while obviously summer steelhead are going to benefit from this year-round monitoring and they'll be included in that, the language used in the MOU actually specifically excludes them because it mentions a number of times Chinook salmon and winter run steelhead. So I just encourage you all to keep your eye on the opportunity for recovering the upper basin run of summer steelhead, as well as benefits for other native fish like Pacific lamprey, and just please make sure that these fish are not excluded with language that's used in, for example, the water diversion agreement. I also want to highlight how useful the information monitoring will be, especially when considered alongside opportunities for additional monitoring that can use the infrastructure provided by this project. And again, I want to commend county staff and the other allies for securing this component of the agreement, which, as I understand, goes a bit above and beyond what would usually be required for a project like this. Finally, I want to touch on something that's not included in the MOU, which is the need to ensure that management of the dams for the next several years is protective of native fish and the eel. Since the FERC license expired a few years ago, PG&E has requested permission to alter the diversion in order to maintain appropriate water temperatures for native fish and the eel. And it's really important that we continue to put pressure on PG&E and FERC to continue this practice so that our fish populations head into dam removal as robust as possible. We look forward to seeing the eel's native fish return to that cold water refugia in the upper basin, and again, thank county staff and leadership for remaining firm in pursuing a deal that will happen quickly, without resistance, while securing additional long-term benefits for the watershed. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we're going to go to public comment. Unless, Hank, do you have anything to add? Okay. So we'll start with public comment on the Zoom.
I do not have any.
Okay. Public comment in the room.
Ken Sawatsky, we're just going to have to agree to disagree on this one. I think it's a terrible deal. The river should be left to flow its flow, period. I had a promise from our new assemblyman, I think his name's Rogers. He made me 2 commitments. One was that all the river water and eel would stay in the river. Well, he lied, apparently. Seems like politicians tend to lie. I see a lot of good people in the room who can do wonderful work. But I just feel that we're looking, every other word was dollars, money, and that is very irritating to me. I have a problem with nonprofits for profit. They base everything they do rather than donating their time. I don't get paid for anything I do here, but I don't donate much. Probably not worth any time. But when you have people pulling down their salaries and it's all about the money part. It should be about nature. It should be at the fish. Tear the dams down, of course. The river mostly will heal itself in a very short time period. It'd be nice to have all these people working and getting funding. The amount of money we're getting for this thing is just about non-existent compared to the value of the water. Tom and I had a little discussion out back, and he says the water's not worth as much. But I think 8 years ago, the 50,000 acre foot was worth $6 million that we guys have, is what we were told that actually is worth. I think it's worth more than that. I don't think you can put value. Anytime we're talking about money when it comes to these decisions, I think it's poor. So I'm hoping that somebody up there, or one of you at least, maybe more, will just say no deal. I think we're giving away the farm. I think we're giving away the river. It's set out by, I might as well have endorsed the other assemblyman because he was honest. He said he believed in a 2-basin solution. None of the others did. They all said they'd leave the water in there. So I had, what, four people lying to me, or only one proven. But this is very distressing. I wouldn't move forward with this. Mother Nature would say just leave the human thing out of, leave the money out of it, do the right thing, take the dams down, let the river flow, and then whatever we can do with these groups to get other funding. They can always get funding. The other thing is, this is nothing but a piece of paper. Do you realize that if you leave the straw in there, the temptation will be to go ahead and use that straw to its full ability, full on pumping? All it takes is one signature, in my opinion, from the President of the United States, who might be willing to do it, and he would unwind that and he'd say, total flow, that thing's going to pump every single drop of water out of there we can. As long as you leave the straw, just like having a major weed grower out there who's been staking all the water out of the small stream, killing the fishery, and you just go, oh, you can leave your straw in there in your permit. You don't have to forbear, you don't really have to do much. As long as that straw's in there, that water will end up going down south. I can just about guarantee you. I don't think this is a good deal at all. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hello. Here's a handout for the board. Hello, Chair Bushnell and board members today. Vivian Hallowell with Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations and the Institute for Fisheries Resources. And, you know, commercial and recreational salmon fishing has been closed for 2 years now. And our fishing families are trying to make the best of the Dungeness crab season to make up for that loss. Since we're restricted to, our fisheries are conservatively managed to protect the weakest stocks. And so, you know, we lose thousands of jobs and millions of dollars each year that we can't fish for salmon. Some of you remember when salmon fishing boats from up and down the coast would fill the marinas, and the docks were flooded with big, fat, tasty salmon. PG&E's business and seismic safety decision to dismantle their hydroelectric dams opens up river habitat and gives the salmon a hedge against future droughts, floods, and fires. And it's habitat that's above the range of the pike minnow. Humboldt County's given a unique chance here to develop a win-win collaboration with our southern neighbors, provided there are enough safeguards to secure the water rights that support sufficient flows for all salmon life stages, along with the full basin plan to restore these populations to a harvestable surplus for commercial sport and tribal fisheries. The entity that comes to own the water rights, we have to make sure that they can't just sell that water and that it is dedicated to in-stream uses to support the fisheries and the farmers downstream and the people in the Eel River Basin.
In 1922, this very Board of Supervisors unanimously passed a resolution opposing diversions from the Eel River by the Snow Mountain Power Company, now the Potter Valley Project, and they named the material harms that would be done to Humboldt County's economy. It turns out they were right. Preventing the use of water within the Eel River Basin by its citizens for fishing, domestic, municipal, sanitation, and irrigation, lessening the productivity of the land and reducing its taxable value, impairing the income of the county, and placing a greater tax burden on other properties. I'm paraphrasing this old resolution here. And all legal steps would be taken to oppose the applications for those diversions. Apparently that did not work because, as we know, 100 years later, we're encouraged to see that the people on the Russian River watershed are working to become more self-reliant with groundwater storage, recycling in the city of Ukiah, conservation measures, and a forecast-informed stormwater release system from Lake Mendocino.
Thank you, ma'am.
We guardedly support the MOU.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room have a comment? Hi. Welcome.
My name's Steve Rosenberg. I was an attorney in Eureka for 50 years. I grew up here. I've fished and recreated on the Eel River for 70 years. I'm disappointed at the thought of the board buying into the present two-basin solution plan. There's a lot of people I know here that are in favor of it, and they're knowledgeable, and I respect all the work they've put into it. But Kent said it all. It's all about money and agencies and various groups that all have to get together. Why don't the people of the Russian River interests, why don't they just raise Lake Mendocino and rely on the water they can store out of their own watershed? I'm totally against interbasin diversion of water for any purpose. It's ruined the Trinity River completely. It's completely decimated that run of fish there, despite all the restoration and hatchery efforts. They just don't work. And Kent said it all. Once they get their foot in the door, they're going to come back for more and more of the water. And Stan Dixon and Jimmy Smith, too, they worked really hard to get increased flows, and they were denied under the vested rights theory. But now the Endangered Species Act trumps that. And all the winter flow is needed because it replenishes spawning grounds. And also there's evidence of Eel River fish straying into the Russian River because they smell the Eel River water going into the Russian River. So to me, it's just a totally bad deal. This $1.75 million a year payment, it's nothing. It's the cheapest. They must be laughing all the way under their breaths because that's really cheap for the value of that water they're going to be getting. They should be paying way more. They should be paying for a squaw fish eradication. They should be paying for a fish hatchery. They should be paying for the dam removal, and all the prior damage is done. And another thing, giving the Round Valley Indians, and I do empathize with all that's happened to Indians in this country, but giving them that much power doesn't make any sense to me. The Round Valley Indian Reservation and the tribes are centered on the middle fork of the Eel River, not the main river. It was primarily Pomo country. So to me, you need to go back to the drawing board on this. Just have the courage to go back to the drawing boards and say no to this present plan. I mean, if you're insistent that the diversion is a good deal, there's so much more we need out of this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room want to make a public comment? Hi.
Chair Bushnell and members of the board, John Driscoll with Congressman Jared Huffman's office. I want to thank you for taking this to under consideration, the MOU under consideration. Thank your staff and thank the folks at Cal Trout and Trout Unlimited and the other groups for really bringing Congressman Huffman's two-basin solution to a refined point where we're at today. He was very pleased when he saw the MOU and the text of the MOU. There's still a long way to go here, but we've advanced to a point that I don't think most people could have imagined, years ago, even just a few years ago. And Mr. Rosenberg brought up my good friend Jimmy Smith, who I attended meetings with him 25 years ago, where he and Don Tuttle and Denver Nelson were fighting for kind of scraps from the Potter Valley project. And I'm pretty sure they could never have imagined a day when we'd be taking out these dams, but also being able to address some of the issues on the Eel River that would be unaddressed if that's the only thing that we did. So I just want to reiterate that the Congressman does support this and urges you to approve the MOU, and thanks you so much for your time you spent on this, your staff's time that has been spent on this, and we hope that you continue to stay deeply involved in this extremely important issue. So thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Anybody else in the room? Okay, I'm going to go back to the Zoom. We had 2 hands that popped up right when I went to in the room. And so, Brooke, if you could unmute one of them. Hi, you're unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Regina Chicazola, and I am with the organization Save California Salmon, which is located in Humboldt County out of Orleans, but also has an office here on the coast and then one in Sacramento. I wanted to thank everyone who's been involved with the two-basin solution and pushing for dam removal, and say that I feel like this is a great first step. I also wanted to acknowledge that some of the concerns of commenters and the board that I've heard so far are real concerns, and so I'm really hoping that devil is in the detail with these things, that some of these concerns are worked out. To reiterate a couple of them, but again, wanted to thank everyone involved, and especially the Round Valley tribe for doing such a substantial commitment to doing the flow study and working out water rights issues, because that's where the devil is in the detail, is in this water rights world. So with that said, I would like to see some of the issues that have been brought up dealt with as we move forward. Some of those are, making sure that the water rights petition is put together in such a way that it's very clear that the right that goes into the Russian watershed, even though it goes through Round Valley, is limited to be really excess, and the excess should be based on the restoration of the fisheries and the needs of the Eel River. And while I definitely trust the parties from the Eel River side that are involved, I do think the concerns that the president could step in and administrations change, and a lot of times when you have laws are weakened, is a real concern. And one of the ways to deal with that very real concern is through the water rights process and making sure that the majority of the water is set to an in-stream flow, possibly through a water rights 1707 process or something like that. Like I said, I trust a lot of the parties involved, but politics are politics, and water is what a lot of wars are fought over. Another thing that I think that I would like to see is just really diving into some of the what is needed for that low water time of year, the summer and fall, to just make sure the fisheries are protected. I did have some questions looking over the chart on how low summer flows got, and I know that does happen, but it does seem like in dry years maybe diversion should just shut off completely way earlier in the year, and so looking into that I think would be necessary. Though, like I said, I feel like this is an amazing start. I would just like some assurances that during these drought years that the summer.
Thank you. Caller 0557, I'm going to unmute you and you will have 3 minutes.
Mahim, Sintama, Kekanana, Nicole Ana, Round Valley Keana. My name is Nicole Whipple. I'm a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribe, and I would like to thank the board and for allowing me the time to speak. I would really love to appreciate and acknowledge all of the Eel River Coalition and appreciate my tribe for working with them hand in hand and appreciating their expertise in this project. As a Yuki descendant of the Round Valley tribes, this is something that I have never expected or would have expected to see, in response to some of the comments. You are correct that there is, it is appropriate to say that Pomo country. I am also Northern Pomo. My greeting that I offered today was in Northern Pomo. I think it's important to acknowledge that the Round Valley Indian Tribes is the only federally recognized tribe that recognizes the Yuki, the Little Lake Pomo, well, the Yuki and the Wailaki tribes. And these tribal ancestral territories make up 1/3 of the Eel River. And one of the things that is missing in these presentations is the fact that Lake Pillsbury sits on top of Yuki tribal areas and territories. Those are our sites. Those were our villages. Those are our burial sites and ark sites that are covered in that, with that dam. That the intentions, as the amount of fisheries were shared, the intention was, it was an intentional act to take away our fisheries in assimilation and forced relocation. And so when we talk about $1 million a year provided to our tribe, which are royalties in this case, because this water right has always existed, just because all of it's currently being brought up doesn't mean that $1 million is sufficient to pay for those royalties in our water. And so while I do support my tribal council in every way, shape, and form, I feel like we are being taken advantage of now that we do have opportunity to speak on our water rights. And I would like to see that, every other day of my life, I'm fighting for all of us throughout Indian country and our protection and free-flowing rivers. But the day I stand up for my people, we have 5,600 tribal members, and $1 million a year is not enough. Again.
Thank you. That is all, Chair Bushnell.
Okay, so we're going to close public comment. John, I just wanted to, do you have anything else you want to add, either one of you? Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm going to come back to Hank and for clarification on some comments, and then we'll come back to the board.
I don't have anything at the moment.
Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be right back. as you can tell, everybody exited, so much needed. So we thank you for the public comment, and I don't think Hank or Joel had anything to add. And so we're going to bring it back to the board and have discussion. I do want to say thank you to Hank and Joel. Mike and I are the ad hoc for these discussions that have happened over the last 5 months, pretty robustly over the last 5 months. And our board has heard a lot of information. And I know ultimately what we want is for the dams to come out and not to slow that process. And so taking that into consideration, maybe everybody won't be happy, but the ultimate thing is to get the dams out and to get the water coming back down into the river. So with that being said, I'm going to go to Supervisor Arroyo.
Sure, thank you. Well, I think we're in agreement, as Chair Bushnell just said, that expeditious dam removal is the most important thing for the health of the eel. And I think we're in agreement with everyone who's come out today in this room and everyone who's called in, so I appreciate that input. I also want to really acknowledge and appreciate the Wiyot Tribe's letter. That's very meaningful, and thank you to Michelle Vassell for participating today, as well as thanks to Chair Mead. We've really had to push and have had our elected representatives also have to push for our seat at the table. I think we are now working effectively in a large group of people that have a number of different interests, but we're not part of the IRPA, the organization that was mentioned. So we are negotiating from a sort of different position as a, prospective partner. And, I am honestly really not confident that dam removal can or would happen without some kind of framework for this water issue and the diversion issue. And I'm really deeply concerned that without an agreed upon framework, the ecologically informed diversion that we've been hearing about that is informed by the hydrologic study and modeling would be trumped by other possible outcomes. So I'm really fundamentally concerned about that. And I believe that I'll just come out and say I believe that this is sort of our best shot at having a say in steering I think the restoration funding is a big piece of this, and I think it's important, and it's a way of mitigating some of the harms. And I'm actually most concerned about a framework for what the cap is on diversions or what the diversion volume is, and making sure that that is seasonal, that it's much, much lower than it has been, and that it is, that there's an intent expressed very clearly to work towards self-sufficiency within each watershed. So I think we have, with some significant challenge and difficulty, gotten to that point. I also want to say this is a really significant policy shift for Humboldt County. I appreciate the commenter who brought us, some of our past statements about the Eel River, and we have opposed diversion for over 100 years. But I will also say things have changed, and the current framework has changed, and what our role in that has also changed. I'll also just note that I was listening to a presentation yesterday about the Badawat or Mad River and water distribution, and both historically and potentially in the future to the Samoa Peninsula. And while a very long time ago the Mad and Humboldt Bay may have been hydrologically connected, they aren't today. And so we have benefited as a county in our economic development for decades by having a diversion from one basin to another of surface water that has aided industrial development in Humboldt County. And so it is kind of interesting to look at the historical information about opposition to this diversion and think about that diversion, which never really enters into the conversation. And while it's I think a fairly ecologically responsible diversion there, I guess I'm just saying we also have benefited from a diversion for our economic development in the past. And so I'll just end it there for now. I want to hear what my colleagues have to say, but I think this is maybe not ideal to all of our community members, but this is, I think, a good shot at accomplishing our shared goals around restoration of the eel and especially dam removal.
Thank you. I do want to take notice of Supervisor Arroyo's earrings. She has some salmon on, I believe.
They're spawning salmon,
You
yes.
can't, our cameras are broke, so they're not zooming in, but otherwise you would be seeing those when she's talking. And then I'm going to go to Supervisor Wilson.
Oh, thanks. Got a couple of points, and I'm sure we'll have a little bit of discussion. One is I just want to appreciate, I mostly align myself with Supervisor Arroyo's comments about sort of the idea of the steps we're taking today in what we perceive as the known versus the unknown. And where there's a lot of risks in the unknown, which is if we were not to do this arrangement as it sits today versus what we know, and even that has some unknowns in it, but we have a better understanding. And so I think we as decision makers do that a lot on all kinds of things. Like you take what you can in terms of the direction where you're going. I want to emphasize that the county of Humboldt has been a staunch opponent to diversion from day one. The county actually in about 1920 and 22 funded $7,500, which doesn't sound like a lot, but in today's money, it's about $120,000 in legal fees to fight that diversion. So it wasn't insignificant. We were very strong on that opposition at the time. Have held a dam removal position all the way through until today. Even today, I mean, our position all the way through, and if you read our documents, says very clearly our preference is complete dam removal, no diversion. That has been, and we haven't even veered from that, even in this moment, that in terms of what maybe our preference would be. But in this case, I would say we're at a precipice, and I think a lot of people have put a lot of time into this, and a lot of effort and a lot of science to get us where we are. As Supervisor Arroyo mentioned, water diversions, water management is, we want to base it as much as we can on the natural systems and the natural processes that are out there, but we're humans on this planet, and it turns out we need to move a little bit of water around here and there sometimes, whether it's for domestic or other uses. And so I think we're really, I just want to say, I know I'm kind of going all over the place here, but there was, and I also want to mention, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank our staff, Hank and Joel, specifically for being in this. I want to reference the politics of this a little bit. As was mentioned in sort of the historical nature of how this was rolling, we have been sidelined. Humboldt County has been sidelined a lot in the discussions in relation to these efforts. I would say that Hank and Joel showed real tenacity to represent the people of Humboldt County in these efforts, and I want to emphasize that. Yes, we have these NGOs that were, are nonprofits that are working in restoration, and that sort of ecosystem of those folks also working in those regards, but they couldn't speak, they're speaking to a very specific framework. Our job was to speak to the public element of that, and again, I think, or I believe that 20 years from now or whenever, when this system is up and running and things are really moving and the restoration's really happening and most of us are retired and beyond, and this agreement actually goes out to 50 years, so maybe some of us will be still alive, I don't know, but that from my perspective, and I'm just going to say this real clearly, like, our staff were really what made it happen, and I just want to be really, really clear about that. The other thing about this too is, like, if you just remove the dams and there is no resource to do restoration, we still have legacy impacts that we have to deal with. They're not just physical legacy impacts, but they're also the impacts of the pike minnow. That is still going to be ongoing, and that is a direct impact from the dam project, right? For that is direct, that's accountable to that. We would not have pike minnow in this system if it wasn't for that diversion infrastructure that created the place for some jerk to put in pike minnow into that system, thinking that it would be, that they were using for bait or whatever it was in Lake Pillsbury. We're going to live with that for a very, very long time, if not forever. And if there are resources that are derived from this deal that help us control that, as well as do the restoration in our feeder streams to help these species do what they need to do to recover, I don't know what else. I'm not sure. That's the balance we're looking at, quite frankly. Lastly, I just want to say thank you to this board for bringing this to the public. This is probably the only robust public discussion of within the two basin area that anyone will see. I recommend folks forwarding the link to this discussion and its documents statewide and to anyone who will see it, because I think this is, again, a precedent setting in a lot of ways, and I'm hoping that we can broaden the discussion around dam removal or dam modification or basin water management issues nationwide. So that's all I have to say on this for now.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
Well, I want to vote against this so bad, but I'm not going to, because I made a promise to somebody I wouldn't, that I trust probably more than anybody on anybody's staff. So with that being said, and it wouldn't matter the way I voted anyway, I can read the tea leaves. I hope everything works out exactly with this many hands in the pie, works out for what it's supposed to work for: the fish, the environment, and the people along the river. And I won't be here in 50 years. I can guarantee that. So I won't be able to see that. I won't be here probably in 30 years to see if when we reaffirm this. I just think there are too many people that have no calluses getting money for it. And I can name 100 other projects where nothing has happened, but we're sure paying out the money to study the hell out of stuff. I agree with Mike, the pike minnow has to be gone. As far as restoration, the river running naturally up until, I don't know how many years ago, I'd love to know when the first restoration project was ever done. Besides that, we always let Mother Nature, she seems to heal quite a bit. So, I agree with Steve. I think Steve, our problem with a lot of this stuff is we don't ground truth stuff. I know for a fact Steve's been in the river for 70 years because I've been in it for 60, and he was out there then, and he was one of the old timers back then. Sorry. But I get my daily phone calls about access. at this day, and he still wants his access. Those are the things I want to see. Access for the fishermen to the fish. And I don't want to see what that's considered an impacted watershed, which is the biggest crock of crap I've ever seen, because it should not be an impacted watershed, because they compared it to Kern County. And we made it by a half point. So what that is, water flows, everything else impacts our farmers along the way. And we've always been able to blame all the impacts on the eel on everything. You know, it used to be logging. It was logging and road building, and then it was cannabis. And I don't know what the next flavor will be. Diversions are a big part of it. I think what it said, when the straw is there, it'll be used. There's going to be a valve. And we can't outvote the people from the South. And we always talk about the water running historical levels. What's our definition of historical? So, and when we talk about why we're diverting, you know, we talk about the Russian River fisheries, we talk about the people, everything else. We don't talk about the agriculture, which probably uses more water than all the others combined. So I'm going to vote for this. I don't like it, but I did make a promise, and I will. But that's, I hope it works out. I am so hopeful it works out for everybody involved. But we've been looking at this for how many years? You know, and I hope it works out for all of us. Yep, I guess I'll leave it at that.
Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Chair. Bring down the dams. Diversions only in wet season with excess. Restore the river, partner with tribes, and thank you to everyone for your efforts.
Thank you. I'll echo the sentiments of my board. It's not a perfect MOU, and ultimately, I am very happy that Joel and Hank and this board really got the restoration amount of monies up. They were much less when we first started with the discussions. And is $750,000 to $1 million enough? Not ever. Ever, but it is a continual fund every year that can be built on, as you've heard the comments or the sentiments in the room. This board, I think, and I know most people in Humboldt County don't want the dam removals to be pushed out or pushed down the road, with more discussions of maybe what couldn't happen, and keeping those discussions open can change that dollar amount again and again and again, and that's not what we want either. I don't disagree with the sentiments from the folks that said this isn't good enough. I'll echo that as well, but I think it's a starting point to where we can get the water back coming into the Eel River and do the restoration that needs to happen. So I will vote on this as well. And I just really want to echo what Supervisor Wilson said. Hank and Joel, if you don't know, is our county council, championed this from the very beginning. And never one time was this board, or did this board say, this is great. What is great is that the dams will come out. That's about it. And we'll see what happens in the future. Hopefully good. So with that, I'm going to look for a motion, please.
Move with staff recommendation, if that'll do it. If there's anything more to it than that. All right, I have a motion for staff recommendation to.
I'll second. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn? Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo? Yes. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. This board's going to take 1 hour lunch. We'll be back at 1:49, and we'll be starting with Measure O discussions and then into closed session. Thank you. Welcome back. We are on to our next item, which is recommendation of membership for Measure O funding, ad hoc, and future process. We'll go to Director Mattson from Public. We'll go to Sean from the CAO's office.
Right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Bushnell, members of the board. Sean Quincy, Deputy County Administrative Officer, here with Director Mattson from Public Works. This item is coming to you from the roads ad hoc that Supervisor Bushnell and Supervisor Madrone. Staff are here to provide support and more explanation on some of these certain elements that we'll be discussing around Measure O. As your board is aware, Measure O was passed in November by voters by 63%. And today we're here to talk about some of the next steps. And I believe we have a little PowerPoint that we could use to help guide our discussion here. So like I said, last November, voters approved Measure O, the Humboldt County Roads 911 Emergency Response Measure. This is a 1-cent general sales tax applied throughout the county, including the cities, and is estimated to raise $24 million per year. Since then, your board has approved a contract with CDTFA to collect these funds, and staff are working on a contract with our consultants to recover missing payments and provide analysis. Today's item, again, represents the next steps in the Measure O process and begins to address the way in which funds will flow through the community and the public processes involved. Today's item will cover just two main topics. The first topic is appointing members to serve on a limited duration ad hoc assigned with developing a multi-year allocation recommendation to be reviewed by your board. And number two, this item is to review the annual process and direct staff to return with a resolution confirming the Measure O process. This slide hopefully should look familiar. Back in July of last year, Director Mattson and I came to your board with an item asking your board to consider placing this measure on the ballot. This slide was part of that presentation and was part of the community presentations that we delivered throughout the county. You'll notice that there are 3 different steps. We try to build in a lot of accountability and transparency into this process. Item number 2 and items number 2 and 3 talk about different committees. You'll note that those are existing standing committees. The first committee, the funding ad hoc, is what we're discussing today. That is the only new function. One of our guiding principles on this entire measure is that we did not want to create any new standing operations. Try to set up this process and as much as possible run this funding and any recommendations through any existing processes where possible. And so that's what we presented to your board and presented to the community. Again, the funding ad hoc is going to develop, hopefully, multi-year allocation recommendations to bring to your board. Before we talk about the membership, I did want to go over the annual process that Measure O should look like each year. After we get through this first process of developing our allocations, this is what the process should look like. Is if we come up with a 3 or 5 or some other year allocation recommendation that gets approved by your board, in February, typically during the mid-year process, we would come to your board to confirm those amounts, how much funding will go to roads and how much will go to transit. And once those numbers are determined, we would let HCOG know, the Humboldt County Association of Governments, that runs 2 technical committees. The first technical committee is the Technical Advisory Committee. It's made up of public works directors around the county. The other committee is the Social Services Technical Advisory Committee, and that deals with transit. So once we determine the allocation amounts, the Public Works would take their spending plan to the Technical Advisory Committee at HCOG for public review in open session. That's a Brown Act committee. And have them review the plans. And then in March and April, similar process would happen with the Social Services Technical Advisory Committee. Their process would be a little bit different, though, because we are asking the Social Services Technical Advisory Committee to actually develop recommendations on which projects should be funded. Public Works would develop the recommendations on the road side, which projects would be funded. It would just be ran through the Technical Advisory Committee for review. And then if after March and April, Public Works would bring that annual road list back to the board after it goes through the TAC and come to your board for approval. In May and June, HCOG would adopt their budget with the Social Services Technical Advisory Committee recommendations. They would forward the spending plan to the Board of Supervisors. That would come to us. In June, your board would adopt the budget with the roads funding plan and the HCOG allocation. Stepping back a bit, the staff are proposing that the transit amount would be dispersed to HCOG for dispersal to the different transit agencies upon recommendation from the Social Services TAC. And then in the fall, probably not this fall, beginning in the fall of 2026, the audit committee here at the county would report out on prior year actual expenditures. And then in the winter, we would develop an annual report with all of these different actions and recommendations, projects that were funded, the audit committee's review, and bring that to your board for review. Again, if your board develops a multi-year allocation, after that, that time span is up, then the funding ad hoc would be reconvened. It could be remade as the board wishes to develop another multi-year spending plan. The reason why I keep talking about a multi-year spending plan is because one of the lessons that we have learned from Measure Z, which is another voter-approved measure, is that these different agencies thrive on consistency and predictability. Your board actually approved a multi-year spending plan in Measure Z, and that's proved pretty beneficial to the agencies that are receiving funding because they can count on that money and they don't have to come back to the board every year asking for funds, and they can hire staff and build out their budget, the multi-year budgets. And so that's kind of the system that we're proposing here. Onto the funding ad hoc committee. You'll remember in that July 23rd, 2024 staff report, there was a mention in the staff report that said if the measure is passed, staff would recommend creating a work group, an ad hoc, subject matter experts, including Public Works, representatives for local transit, board members, and staff to recommend allocations to your board. And so that's why that's the context with which we're talking about this funding ad hoc. Again, since Measure O was passed, the roads ad hoc has gotten together with county staff and some others and developed a recommendation on the membership of that committee that would provide a funding allocation recommendation to your board. Included in your staff report is that proposed membership of that committee. I expect that this committee would meet once, twice maximum, and develop that allocation to come back to your board, ideally in March or April. I know that from the discussions, there was an effort to try to represent a pretty decent cross-section of interests in that committee. But again, this is for your board to discuss. So with that, I am happy to take any questions, or maybe supervisors would be happy to discuss.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board. I'm going to have Supervisor Madrone go, and then we'll open it up for questions to Deputy Sean.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate the efforts, and also Supervisor Bushnell, and bringing forth these recommendations. I would just say that on the MCSD one, it would be a representative from them, not a director necessarily, because I think it would probably be their general manager who they would have represent them. That would be the only minor change I have in what you presented. I think it's a great group of people. It's a small task, really, but an important one, on what the percentages would be. I very much appreciate we're using existing structures like HCOG and their social services subcommittee, as well as their TAC, to really help us hone in on all the appropriate places and timing on things to do. So I look forward to this, and I have every bit of faith and trust in Tom in working up an annual budget and tasks on the priorities. And of course, having a 5-year plan is going to be really good to be able to provide that kind of lead time for planning, matching costs for federal leveraging, all the things we've talked about. So thank you for your presentation.
Supervisor Wilson.
Just a question about process a little bit. The roads ad hoc that we had created, I thought was just supposed to be through the election. So I was kind of wondering, I don't remember us having authority to go beyond because it was supposed to be like any ad hoc have its sunset, and the sunset I thought was the election. I thought the whole point of the ad hoc was to advise and the messaging for how this would work. Am I wrong on that, or is that, I'm kind of a little confused because I don't remember us creating an ad hoc to go beyond the election.
No, that's a well taken point, Supervisor Wilson. I would have to go back on that discussion, but quite frankly, time was ticking on in this process, and when we got to this point in Measure Z, it was we had started the process earlier, frankly, in December of that year. We started this process. For other reasons, this is 3 months later now. We're approaching budget. We're approaching the 25-26 year. And I felt like we wanted to come to your board with a recommendation and not to have that recommendation come from staff, quite frankly.
I hear you on this, but I just have to point out something here. When you're talking about a 5-year horizon for this project, or what this thing, at $24 million a year, that's $120 million that we're talking about. And so in terms of representation from the various districts in this space, I kind of feel a little bit nervous about that. It's like Measure Z doesn't have any supervisors on Measure Z, right? And so I'm just a little bit concerned about how that plays out. I mean, even electorally in Measure O, there was a very broad difference in terms of which areas of the county supported this or didn't support this. Pretty within 20 percentage points differences. And so what I'm talking about that is it brings to bear some expectations around what how this gets delivered, and so I'm just kind of wondering that. And I know you're referencing something that was in a staff report from November of last year. I get that. It's like, okay, it's on the list. We're kind of looking at it in that moment, well, like a suggestion. But what wasn't on that list is also, we have the trades is on that list as well, and we have the builders exchange on that list. And I ask this question, what expertise do those organizations bring to this discussion in terms of how we allocate community funding, prioritizing where transportation dollars get spent? What is it that, what's that about?
I'm going to interrupt you and call on C.A. O'Hays.
Okay.
I'm not interrupting you.
I'll just say,
She was answering your question,
in
Supervisor
terms of
Wilson.
the first question, as far, I don't think we actually set a deadline. I think we'd have to go back, and I think we view this as still being this is like effectuating the ballot measure and putting the final sort of ribbon on it in the terms of what the ballot measure promised to the voters. It's also completely at the will of your board to change the makeup of what's proposed here. This was, we brought the ad hoc together, and folks from transit and folks from HCOG of like, who do we think will give us a good cross-section of advisors to recommend this. I also view this as being, like, it's a bit of a melding between Measure Z and the TOT, because Measure Z is very specific where, to your point, you want to spread the allocations across districts. These recommendations are going to be much more broader, like it was with the TOT of, 80% or a certain dollar amount will go to roads, and then a certain dollar amount will go to transit, a certain dollar amount will be held for contingencies, a certain dollar amount will go to fund balance, a certain dollar amount will go to reserves. So it's setting those broad expectations on how the funding will be split across different sectors, but not how much is your district going to get in road repairs? How much is Supervisor Bushnell's getting? That's where HCOG's Technical Advisory Committee is going to play more of a part in those recommendations. And I think Tom can speak a little bit more to, he envisions really tackling one area first so that you're sliding all of your resources into the same area and being very effective with those resources at one time.
So through the chair and in response, I understand that we're talking about a malleable thing. That's why I'm asking these questions. I'm not asking them because I think it's like a binary discussion about whether this list is the list, and I'm just saying I have some questions and concerns about what is on the list and that are up for discussion. That's all. In kind of in a global sense, I want to say, like, I'm still supportive of the transparency that we're attempting to make here and that we're trying to deliver on in terms of Measure O, right? And again, my community in terms of districts supported this like 69%, and in the city of our case 72%. So we're very in, right? And so I want to make sure that that representation is that we're feeling represented. Because also, as you know, there's been discussions around some of the areas around where the cities are, and there's interfaces that we have issues around, and so just making sure that there's that representation. That's all I'm trying to get at. I agree with you that the ad hoc is not necessarily super deep, but it's still a vibe, and I want to make sure that we're getting to where we need to go, because I do have a lot of faith in both, not just that process, but really the HCOG TAC, because I think they do a wonderful job, very technical. They allocate all the time. They know what they're doing. So these are just my questions, kind of get the ball rolling. That's all.
Sean, can I have you talk about the meeting we had and who was there that came up with this slate of recommendations?
Sure. So I believe we met in mid-January. I called a meeting with the roads ad hoc. HCOG was there, HTA was there, Director Mattson was there, CIO Hayes was there, and we got together to talk about some of the nuts and bolts of what the calendar of this process might look like. And we also talked about who should be on this committee. And I brought them the same information that I just showed you all about who we said we're going to be in there. And as we got to discussing specific membership on the committee. I know that I relied a lot on the supervisors to kind of give guidance beyond what was, the transit advocate and the transit agencies and directors and board members. So it was a really good discussion to talk about some obstacles we see ahead, to kind of put that process in context a little bit, and some of the things that we might be facing with, who's going to recommend funding at what points and what's their purview and things like that. And does this kind of make sense? Because it's these committees are outside of the board, outside of the county, and so really relating with them and figuring out what their processes are was an important piece of this before we actually brought it to the board and said this is what we think could work. So we were trying to get some of that underlying details worked out, not in a public setting, because that can get messy.
Thank you. And I recognize Supervisor Arroyo raised her hand, but Supervisor Madrone was first, and then we'll go to Arroyo.
Thank you. Mike, I share your concerns. We talked a lot about this in our subcommittee meeting. Just to be clear, this particular ad hoc and the list of the people who are on it is focused on just bringing back to this board for a final decision a recommendation on what the split will be between transit and roads. Nothing more. It's just to say, this group thinks that transit ought to get 20% or 30%, roads ought to get 60 or 70, whatever it is, that's the only action that committee is going to be engaged in. The effort of where the money goes within those categories is broken up into two pathways. One, the transit allocation will be something that Tom and HTA and the HCOG Social Services Committee would be making recommendations to this board in regards to what the transit funding would go to. If I'm wrong on any of this, I assume you guys will correct me. And then as far as the roads money, Tom would be developing the roads plan to include set-asides for federal leveraging, paving overlays, all the elements that go into where the money is going to go annually. Tom, as I understand it, would be developing that plan and bringing it to the HCOG TAC. None of this money will be going to city roads, which is typically the TAC normally deals with not only county roads, but city roads. This would be the TAC providing input back to Tom in regards to his proposal, in regards to where the funding is going on the roads. Tom has made the point to us that it would be far more cost effective to focus on certain areas of the county annually rather than spread it out all over the county in all 5 districts in terms of efficiency, MOB and DMOB, and all the other kinds of costs that go along with that. Again, Supervisor Bushnell and I did not weigh in at all, and I would hope that all of us as board members are not going to be weighing in and pressuring Tom, hey, what about my road in my district? That process falls apart if we start doing that. Tom knows what's going on with the roads better than any of us, and I trust that he will bring together a plan that will be vetted. I think you said the smell test with the TAC, and then that will be a plan that he's able to then plan for, knowing the kinds of monies or allocations he's got set aside on an annual basis to be able to move forward. So did I capture that okay, do you think? I just wanted to be clear on what the roles are here, because this ad hoc we're setting up here is not designed to delve into all the micro details of the road funding or even the transit funding. That's happening in those other systems. And I too, Alicia, felt that, CIO Hayes, that really all we were doing, Michelle and I, as this current ad hoc that came up with this list, was following up on the ballot measure. Kind of, like you said, I think, putting a ribbon on it, right? Whether or not that ad hoc should continue or not, I mean, we're going to have this one meeting, or maybe it's 2, but I think the idea is it'd be one meeting of this ad hoc to kind of wrap up this process on the allocations of the funding. Now, as a board, I would assume that we could revisit this annually. We could come back and make different decisions at some time in the future about allocations. It's not like it's set in concrete and can't be changed. It's direction we're giving so that Tom can plan appropriately. So I mean, I hope that provides some clarity to the process that I think Supervisor Bushnell and I and the team thought. So please correct me if I was wrong on anything.
Just thank you, Supervisor Madrone. And through the chair, just a slight difference that the social services TAC and the TAC, or the social services TAC would make the request to HCOG. HCOG would make the request to the board. So the request would go that way because the social services TAC reports to the HCOG board.
Yeah.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. I am kind of a similar mind with respect to, I think I like the process you've laid out here, and, since we will, since any recommendations through the process will come to us for adoption, I like the idea of not having supervisors on the ad hoc on a continuing basis, and for the ad hoc to, I think that'll increase some bit of the confidence with the process and the sense that it's, even though I think we all very much care about the county as a whole and have very good intentions with this, I think that'll help the public confidence in that process that, and we'll ultimately be adopting it anyway. So that's kind of my preference would be to not have supervisors on this. The rest of the makeup of the ad hoc I think is good, and ultimately we will be responsible for implementing whatever recommendations come forward. So I think that would be a good approach and would, sort of take away any sense of, what we're all talking about here.
What are we talking about?
Whether there's, whether there's any kind of, I guess I would say, district-specific outcomes or any kind of insertion of any particular priorities into the process. I'm not, again, I don't think that that's necessarily going to happen. I think, but just taking us out of the equation would leave 7 people working through this entire process and going through the TAC and kind of going through these layers after they, kind of establish that framework, and we would ultimately be adopting it anyway.
Thank you. Well, I think you heard that there's not a way that we could insert district preferences in this process. Maybe you missed that, but Director Mattson.
So the way the road system works right now, there are certain districts that get the majority of the money because the majority of our funding is storm damage, and those certain districts get hit really hard with that. The purpose of when I bring forward the paving, this is a system-wide approach. And so we will be running our Street Saver program, which will kick out which roads we should pave, overlay, chip seal, slurry seal for the next 5 years. Then we will take that, and that's a neutral program. It's based on road condition, traffic loading, and then we will take in the priority of the roads. So like a road like a Matoll Road or Alder Point Road, which is a secondary road to the state highway system, does have priority. And so that will kick me out a scientific look at the system. On top of that, we're going to overlay all of the service district plans that we can get a hold of for when they're going to be trenching the roads. And then that we'll refine what the science tells us based on the reality of we don't want our roads cut for at least 5 years. And so we'd be moving some roads in and some roads out over that 5-year plan. So if a service district is going to cut a road open in year 2 and I'm scheduled to pave that in year 1, I'm going to move that project to year 3 and take something from year 3 and move it to year 1 so that when they cut the road, it doesn't get cut again until 30 years from now or 20 years from now when we need to deal with that. And then on top of that, we're going to overlay the geographic overlay, not by district, but by looking at, we're not going to break it up by district. We're going to probably look north, middle, south, and try to focus projects so that we're not moving from Orleans to Garberville in the same year. That we're focused, if we're going to do the northeast corner of the county, we focus on it. That way more money goes into road repairs than to moving equipment back and forth across the county. That's the approach I'm going to take. It's a system approach. It's not a district approach. When I bring that work plan to the board, and if you want to add a different road or something, at that time in public session, we can discuss how that could happen. But the plan I'm going to propose to you is going to be based on facts, science, and reality.
So I think that then a better way to frame my concern or question is, what utility would we add at the ad hoc level? If it's going to be based on those road priorities and kind of a technical approach to that, and you have the, the intent expressed by the voters, like what do we add at that point to the process? From my perspective, it's not adding much until we get back to, here are the recommendations, and that should be a whole board process anyway. So I don't see it adding a lot of value, personally.
Could I comment back on that? My personal feeling was it adds just a level of insurity that the money's going where the voters told the people where it was going to go. Each of those board members, all of you have transit in your districts. You have transit calls, you have road calls. I just thought personally it added a little bit of balance. We certainly don't want to have an allocation based on advocacy, not on reality. I can lay out the facts of the road system, and I'm pretty sure HTA and the transit agencies can lay out the facts. I'm hoping this money's not going to wish list, but the facts, but I'm not making that call. But that was the thought, at least in my mind, on being good with board members being on it.
Supervisor Bohn.
Well, the 39,000 people that voted for it, I want to say thank you. But as I look back through Ballotpedia, I look back through the Journal and Lost Coast Outpost and everything else, what is Measure O for? Transit doesn't take up 20 or 30% of this. And my problem is transit just in the last 6 months has got close to $35 million in grants. Transit less than 18 months ago had $10 million extra to help build an Earth Center, or a $10 million bus stop, which didn't change much. They got to stand a little bit more out of the rain for 367 people, maybe get it up to 450, I don't know. So what I'm saying, I'm not saying money shouldn't go to transit, but I've heard 20, 30%. I didn't see a lot of support for this from transit and the people that are pushing it, that are actually on the committee for this. And I'm not saying transit isn't going to be more important. Right now, I need, and what was just said, I need to see proof that this money is needed right now. I don't need it to have another bus follow another bus 15 minutes, so it's, I need it to show something. Right now, I've had road failures because of culverts. I haven't even heard culverts mentioned. How many culverts do we have? 14?
Thousands and thousands.
Yep. Okay. I mean, I just had a major artery out in Fernbridge fail, and I thank you guys for getting on that so quick. I was heard it was going to take much longer. Wilder Ridge, I have roads failing everywhere. Michelle has roads failing everywhere. I understand that. But they're not going to get any better till we dump some money into the roads. And the majority of what we sold the public was roads. Ballotpedia, everything. I mean, I think bus service was 4th or 5th on the list. Emergency services, response times, everything else, what people wanted. I mean, we had something about 5 years ago about a hazardous thing out in Petrolia, and they estimated it took them an extra hour and 10 minutes to get there because of the roads, because of the size of the equipment and everything else. Our roads are terrible. They're not even close. What are we at, 40%? I mean, the numbers are astonishing when you start comparing us to the rest of the state. And I think our infrastructure needs to focus on that. Transit right now, thankfully, is pretty well funded. And I like the idea. We're not going to fill wish lists and help with staffing, would not help everything else. What is actually needed? We do this every year, what transit needs are missing, and it's a pretty short conversation. I hear that, but we're hydrogen buses, they go in and out. I went down to the hydrogen facility in Sacramento. I served on the HDA board for over 10 years. So I think Transit is doing a really great job. Greg Pratt's doing a great job over there. The staff's doing a great job. But do they need millions of dollars right now? I mean, one of the numbers I heard, we're talking close to $7.2 million. 30%? I'm sorry, the voting public, and I haven't seen, I've just said, what are we talking about transit? And I'm just going to say, I think the voting public, and maybe I'm all wrong, maybe I'm talking to the wrong people, because I'm talking to the people that call. I have had 3 transit calls in the last 4 years, 2 from the same person. I have had 4 calls today and texts about 2 roads in my district, and I average about 3 to 4 calls a day on roads. Maybe I'm the oddity in this and everything else, but they're not calling me on transit. So, and it wasn't sold as transit. It was not 30% of our message we gave to the voting public was not about transit. Transit really never jumped on to Measure O until they realized, some of them, right at the end. They didn't support it right at the beginning until they realized, hey, we might be able to get some of this. So I'm going to be really honest with you. We need to fix our road infrastructure first, because, and I'm not saying down the road we could reevaluate every year if you wanted, and we find out that buses are breaking down and we can't buy any new buses or anything else, maybe we can help. It's going to be tough when we're buying $1 million buses, but I'm just saying our roads are terrible. And if we don't fix that infrastructure, the stuff we bypass is going to get worse and worse. Roads don't, unlike rivers, roads don't heal themselves. They just get worse and worse. And I think we should address our road infrastructure, because that's what allowed this to pass. I believe that's just my 20%.
Thank you. Supervisor Madrone?
Thanks. Well, I appreciate all that. My district also has a lot of roads falling apart, but even the edges of Eureka and Arcata do as well, and that have great needs. You know, just again to be clear, Supervisor Royal, this ad hoc isn't weighing in on the funding plan for the roads. It's not involved in that. I think I've tried to lay out, and Tom talked about it. The only thing this ad hoc is set up to do is to make a recommendation on the split of the money between transit and roads. That's all it's set up to do. And it's proposed in this staff report that it would only happen once every 5 years, if that's what the board decides to do. The ad hoc won't even meet again for 5 years. And I would suggest to you that the makeup of the ad hoc at that point will probably be different, because some of us might not even be here anymore. So just to be clear, the ad hoc has one more meeting and then it's done, according to the recommendations that are in front of us. A big part of why I would like to be on the ad hoc is because I was heavily engaged in the Measure O campaign, heavily engaged. Tom and Sean did a magnificent job of getting out to the cities, the CSDs, the Rotaries, the chambers, anybody and everywhere that they would take you, you guys were there. The fire ad hoc, the Fire Chiefs Association, you name it, we went. And I know Michelle went to all those in southern part of the county, not just in her district, but other areas. I went to every one of them that I could in the northern areas, including outside my district, and engaged heavily on social media with the outpouring of people who were very concerned about another general fund bond measure and whether we would be truthful or not to the voters in making sure this didn't go to our general fund for filling holes from the past, but would in fact fill holes in our roads and help with our transit where appropriate. No percentages were ever discussed anywhere that I ever saw or that I ever engaged in, nor at any of the meetings that we attended. Basically, the statement was that the vast majority of this funding would go to roads and that some appropriate portion would go to transit. Is that 30%? Maybe not. Is it 2%? Maybe not, you know. It's probably somewhere between 10 and 20, but I don't know. I can tell you that I'm a strong advocate for transit, as well as an advocate for roads. And I would love to be on this ad hoc to try and share those thoughts with this committee when we meet and make sure that we do get a fair apportionment of this funding to those two things. We're talking a minimum of $24 million. I believe that's the estimate, that's a low estimate. It's $24 million a year And if we had 20 million going to roads every year compared to what do we had, Tom? 1 or 2 million if we're lucky, coming out of Measure Z and a few other things.
Right now, in a good year, we can put down maybe $3 million in surfacing,
million.
and that's in a really good year.
And so if we did an 80-20 split, we're talking 20 million or so for roads. I mean, this is a boon. This is magnificent. It's huge. And the public is going to be incredibly grateful as they see those projects rolling out. Just like this last year when Supervisor Bohn worked with you and you brought forward the, what was it, $1 million for a number of projects, I think. And I know in the Mattole, a lot of overlays happened, and people were incredibly grateful. Also, there were other places. You know, Supervisor Bohn made sure, working with you, that it's you spread it out around the county. It may not have been exactly equal in all the districts, but I want to allocate. I want to, advocate for transit at an appropriate level. That's why I'm hoping to be on the ad hoc. But again, that's up to the board. If you guys think we shouldn't be there. I think we bring some continuity to that committee, having been so intensely involved in the campaign, Michelle and myself, and Supervisor Bushnell, myself, and others. But again, whatever the board decides, I agree with Rex. I mean, thank you, voters, for supporting this, frankly, in a tough economic time. And so we got a lot of money to work with. We'll figure it out.
At this time, I'm going to go out to public comment, and I'll go to Zoom first.
I currently don't have anyone.
Okay, I'll go to public comment in the room.
Well, I don't have 20%, I got 0%, but that's okay. I can work from there. I strongly support the logic that Rex brought forward a few minutes ago. The amount of money saved, you have to infuse as much as you can, if not the whole thing, just about the whole thing, into your roads instantly, because we talked about them deteriorating. And if the more you send into this first thing off the bat, you're going to have plenty of money possibly down the road for transit. Personally, if I were to make a recommendation with my 0%, I'd say the first year you might go like 98% roads, 2% transit. I think that's a realistic outlook. You don't even make your fare boxes with what you got out there. I mean, if you're going to get your fare boxes, that means people are supporting it, but we're not getting that. So I don't think the public's ready to really take on transit, and I think your best money is in the roads, but I've always felt that way. Just so I did not vote either for or against Measure O, so I stayed neutral on that particular one. The advice of Steve Madrone, I stayed out of it. But anyway, I strongly support you consider that. I think you ought to change up the ad hoc committee. I think it's nothing, getting new people to look at it each time. I think that would be great when it comes down to decision making. And I would hope that possibly Rex would be on it so he can give you his output. I strongly support what you folks do out there, and you have your finger on your district and your demands. And so I know you're lobbying all the time, and I support you doing that. That's your job, getting a hold of Tom, we have a problem here, or something like that. So when you get your calls in, I just about think you should have a call log, and that should be a major part of the input as far as the citizens saying where we want to spend the money. There really isn't anything in this process the citizens participate in other than what I'm doing right here at this time. And so I'd like to see that citizens' comments go through you folks to Tom, and then that actually come to fruition as far as that goes. That's my input. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room like to make public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Supervisor Wilson. That I don't have my mic on. Supervisor Wilson.
A couple things. One is whether you voted for this or not, you got to pay for it. So I want to be real clear about that. So there should be equity in that. I think that's an important point. I will differentiate a bit on sort of what we imagine to be the messaging or the intention of what people want. We did polling on the interest of folks in various components, and for transit, for our vulnerable populations, polled pretty darn well, but it actually polled very well in I'll just put it in districts, in District 3 and in District 4. And I'm just saying, District 3 voted 70% to support this. I mean, and carried this in terms of it, so the perspective and the expectation may vary regionally. That's all I'm saying. I mean, that's just a thing. Still, I got to go back to the first statement I made, which is even if you didn't vote for it, you're paying for it. So we have an obligation to provide service to every single person in this. But I just want to make sure that we're understanding that the lens that we're looking through this through may vary. And so I'm just trying to really get to what the equitable part about this, and I'll go back to, again, where we have the labor representation and the builders exchange representation. I imagine that representation comes from the perspective of they're also very supportive of those are two entities that are very supportive of the measure, for all the reasons you might imagine, and do have some perspective in this. How that kind of bears out in this percent that we're talking about, transit versus non-transit, I'm not totally clear, and I'm not. So I guess for me, I'm glad this will come back to the board. That's very, very important. I just wanted to make sure that we're being realistic about this question of this representation, and I want to thank Supervisor Madrone and Bushnell for the work that they did to get us over the line in terms of getting this approved by the voters. There's a lot of work went into that. I think that they should be commended for doing that. I think that it's really important. The question I will just kind of keep pushing on is, is kind of supervisor representation something that we need in this space? I hear what you're saying, Tom, about you want to bring some legitimacy when it comes back to the board, but if there's discomfort from some board members about the makeup of that, then that might be an issue coming back to the board. So I guess we have to make a decision here today as to whether or not that's something that's going to cause a whole nother discussion to occur or not, or even without supervisors on this committee, we'll have that discussion anyway. I'm sorry that's not clear in what I want, but I want to, but I think whatever we come out with today, I want to make sure we're eyes wide open. That's all.
CAO Hayes.
Yeah, this conversation of the roads versus transit has been a sticky one for us through this whole process. Your board has been somewhat divided on where that split is going to fall. And so I think it's going to be, when it comes back to your board, it's going to be sensitive. And I want to remind you that a budget allocation does require a 4/5 vote. And so we're going to need to find that sweet spot, because it will be very easy for any of you to block it if we can't find comfort amongst 4 of you in what that split looks like. So maybe to offer a suggestion, you put on the committee one very pro-transit, one very pro-roads board member on there. But I do think that it's important. You are the deciding body, and so I think it's going to be important to have your voices in that room, so that when we bring these recommendations back, it's representative of something that you all find palatable, because it's not going to pass with a 3 vote when we bring a budget to you.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn. And then.
Okay. We've been arguing 27 minutes on a makeup of a 1-meeting board. And if I'm one of the 39,000 people that voted for it, I'm going to say, why the hell are we voting for this when they can't even get along on this? All I'm saying, and the 4/5 thing, I understand that, and I want to get to somewhere. But what I'm saying is, I called 6-8 months ago someone involved in transit and says, how are you guys set? And he says, we're good for 3 or 4 years. we have this money, we have this grant money, we have this grant money. I called Tom and asked him how are our roads doing, and you're right, $20 million is a lot of money. $24 million is 20% more. And if I can get 20% more for the next 3 years on our roads, and then help transit where they need it, instead of answering what you think you should do politically and everything else, I have no buy-in from the roads, except my pickup suffers the same thing every time I go to some of these places. But our roads need fixed right now. Transit hasn't said, God, we need the money, because $35 million in the last 6 months, just the admin fees are going to be wonderful for those guys. And it's no defiance. I spent 10 years on the transit until I got kicked off. And there was a reason for this. So I'm just saying, I will go with the majority of the board so we don't look stupid up here arguing about one meeting about who sits on it. Let everybody come to it. Have it an open meeting. Have it at the Muni Auditorium. I don't care. But we should come up with a definitive reason. And the biggest thing, even when you were doing those town halls, because I checked on all the town halls, did you once say maybe 10 to 20 to 30% would go to transit? Because the number I heard, in all honesty, and I was asking this whole time, because as it got closer and it was looking successful, transit, whoa, I can get some money. By certain individuals, not the transit authority, by certain individuals, it went nuts. And I'm just saying, there wasn't that support at the beginning, but there was support from this board to do this for roads. And so what I'm saying is, can we get this money towards the roads, and I'll limit it to 3 years. And how much we can do, we have contractors out there. I mean, and we can start getting some major projects. You're right, that short little $1 million took a lot of pressure off of me out at the Atoll. But it hasn't taken all of it off. We've got problems. I've got two major failures. So we need to address this. And I'll tell you what, maybe we could take a little bit of that $24 million we're giving to roads and actually hire a grant writer so we can do this and make the grant writer, have a grant writer and a helper to follow through the grant, because that's the biggest problem. Once he gets a grant, he has to follow it through, and we lose him for 6 months, and make this happen. But as we sit up here, we represent 39,000 people. We do not represent the outside people wanting a piece of this pie. We represent the 39. We actually represent all 60,000, 62,000 or whatever that voted it in this election. As Mike said, we're all going to pay for it. What do they want to be paid for? I mean, and it was said earlier, our fare box levels are, in some places, we had to argue, I know for a long time, we need to get 12 more riders to hit 10% of fare box. That's what makes it a successful route. Now we hit it, you know, I don't know if we hit 50% on any of them, but we are funding transit to a big tune. And I know our roads absolutely suck right now, but I don't get any calls on transit. And I'm just saying, can we just agree to spend the money where we said we were going to spend it instead of diverting it, and then come back? And if we have to get 5% roads for the next 3 years and then look at it, I mean, we're still talking about $1.2 million and find out where they're going to spend it. And I mean, I don't mean to ramble, but I'm just saying, our roads, you have no room to talk, Mike. So don't even say it. So what I'm saying is our roads are bad, and I think people jumped on this because our roads are bad.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I'm just going to weigh in a little bit, and then Natalie, and then Supervisor Arroyo, and then Supervisor Madrone. So there isn't a district, I don't believe, that failed this. And so while no, Fortuna did not. It passed in Fortuna. So while I appreciate your sentiment, Supervisor Wilson, it passed in all districts, and Fortuna, excuse me? Their own measure failed. And they have no county roads inside their district, and so transit, I think, is heavily on their mind as well. Their riders ride transit from Fortuna this way. So I'm happy to step aside if one of you want to be on this. Like I said, I think you understand to finish the ad hoc is important, and if you aren't comfortable with Supervisor Madrone and I, we all voted on this ad hoc, and so if you're not comfortable, if one of you want to step in, I'm happy to step aside. I agree with Supervisor Bohn. Stop arguing about it. So, Supervisor Arroyo.
Thanks. I think we're just bringing up points of perspective. I don't think that people have to construe it as us arguing in a way that's not constructive. So I appreciate the opportunity to have dialogue about it. This is obviously a big funding stream that's really critical for our county, and I am absolutely in favor of the vast majority of this going to road repairs. That said, I am the chair of the Humboldt Transit Authority, and have spoken in depth with our staff about this. And one of the previous meetings, ad hoc meetings that was held between the election and now, our executive director wasn't able to, or our general manager, wasn't able to be at. And so our finance manager was there, and I hear she did a great job. But I think maybe the point about the funding need for transit was not clear. So I will make it again here, and also make sure to be clear about the fact that there is lots of grant funding, as Supervisor Bohn mentioned, for capital improvements. There is a lot of grant funding that Humboldt Transit Authority has been able to get for capital improvements that are specifically physical infrastructure, buses, and like discrete specific projects. That is not operational funding. And so you also mentioned, Supervisor Bohn, the unmet transit needs process. So every year for the past several years, we have heard of unmet transit needs, which are early morning service, later evening service, weekend service, and express service between Eureka, Arcata, McKinleyville to serve, and possibly Fortuna, but the more populous communities that need express service for work and school. And so those are the consistent, very clear needs that have come up, and that can also increase ridership and increase the sustainability of our transit systems overall over time. So those are the very clear needs. They do keep coming up, and they're also echoed by a regional transportation plan that HCOG puts together collectively with all of its members. So we have quite a process around identifying the regional transportation needs and what the unmet transit needs are. And the picture is very clear that to be able to increase service in those particular ways, there will need to be more operational funding. So while HTA, I think we have to make a distinction between there being success with getting funds to build stuff and to buy buses, and success with having a funding stream that's reliable and consistent to add more service, because we've had a lot of challenges with adding service that was either not the right fit for our community, or end up costing more and the ridership wasn't there. So now we know what the riders need and what will really pencil out, and that's where the funding need is. So I think that over time we'll be able to hopefully articulate that better in the ad hoc and in other spaces, and be clear about what the need is, and not misrepresent one form of grant funding for another need, or kind of get it mixed up. So I want to be clear about that. There is still a need for operational funding for transit. And as Supervisor Wilson mentioned, the polling did show very clearly that there were community members who cared very much about kids getting to school using transit, and seniors and people with disabilities using transit, all of whom are a large portion of our rider base. So I think, there are many, many people who communicated with me that the reason they were voting for it was because of that inclusion. And so just, we're not talking about 30%, I think we're talking more about like 10 or 15% potentially. But that's the type of conversation I think we need to have, clear and accurate communication about. So I think that that's really important, and I owe it to our riders and the agency that I'm, appointed to by this board to say that. So I don't know if, do you have a recommendation, anybody on the board?
Well, I'm going to allow the board to maybe make some more comment. Thank you. I do want to, Supervisor Madrone's going to go next, but I do want to say to the two Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Arroyo that the transit was very heavily represented in the meeting that we had, and those voices were heard and what they were saying, and nobody was saying cut transit out or not support transit appropriately. So I heard you when you said that you want to voice your opinion and that we're not arguing, but once again, I'll step aside if you don't trust this ad hoc, and that's what it seems. But I know that we also talked a lot about transit in those, and we know what the voters voted for. Just because it was more heavily voted for in Mike's district or Natalie's district doesn't mean we don't know what people want. We also looked at those, the voter population and where it was passed. So I'm going to go to Supervisor Madrone, and then maybe one of us can put a motion forward.
Well, I appreciate the discussion. It's good to have it. There's a lot of, thinking around this. I think, as CIO Hayes said, no matter what we do, it's going to be sensitive, because there's not enough money to do everything. And roads are in such horrible shape. Yeah, we could spend the whole $24 million for the next 10 years and still have great need in the roads. There's no doubt about it. And I think, in terms of ridership, how we are able to enhance or adjust transit has everything to do with ridership. I will say one of the most popular runs in the county and the best fare box return is the Willow Creek run that brings in the high school students from out in the hinterlands. And there was a HT net or Humboldt Trinity net or whatever, KT net, that ran for years, but then as a nonprofit, they struggled during the pandemic to keep that alive. And so transit worked with the tribes. The tribes jumped in, brought resources to the table, and now not only is it running again, but it has a high ridership, and it goes way back up into the tribal areas. Pick people all the way up, I believe, as far as Wichipec, and out there, Orleans and Pequon feed into Wichipec. So it's just so wonderful to see that running again. Additionally, McKinleyville doesn't really have a transit, an inside the city transit system. It has a regional transit that goes from Trinidad, West Haven through McKinleyville and south, but it doesn't serve the community of McKinleyville. And so thanks to some transit advocates, some grants were acquired to work with HTA to actually start microtransit in McKinleyville in the very near future, which is fantastic. And there's long been an interest in trying to improve the evening transit between McKinleyville and Arcata, because a lot of students live in McKinleyville, as well as Eureka. At any rate, I too, like Supervisor Bushnell, would be more than willing to step down. If that's what this board would like, is to remake this, that's fine. I'm not really stuck on any of this. I do think it's good to have a couple supervisors in this ad hoc for a lot of reasons. Some that Tom spoke to, others that, it provides some continuity on other levels. I have often during the campaign put out those numbers of 10 to 20%. I did many times with people on social media. There was a lot of uproar on social media, on Lost Coast, on Facebook, you name it. People were all over the place on this thing. And I engaged at a lot of personal cost, frankly, because as you all know, when you engage on Facebook at that level, you get attacked, you have all kinds of accusations and crazy stuff that happen. But I did. I engaged really deeply with people. I tried really hard to use how we have done Measure Z as a good example of how I would hope the public would have some faith in a general bond measure, because with Z, we put it all to public safety, and that's what we were promising with Measure O. So yes, I did offer up percentages at times. As Supervisor Arroyo said, maybe it's 10, maybe it's 15, maybe it's 20, I don't know. But I think some portion needs to go there, and it'll be up to this committee, whoever is the makeup of it, to provide a recommendation back to this board. So I'm going to leave it to other board members to make a motion based on what they think is most appropriate here. But I do think that both Supervisor Bushnell and myself willing to step aside as necessary is a good example of how we're all trying to just do what's best for the whole county. And as Supervisor or as CAO Hayes said, maybe one that's pro-transit, maybe one that's just pro-roads. Whatever you guys decide, I don't really care. I don't think it's going to change it to the point where transit's not going to get anything, I think. Transit's going to get something. The only question is, what is it? So look forward to that happening.
We have Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Bohn. In the meantime, though, I'm going to make a motion for staff recommendations replacing myself with Supervisor Wilson, if I can get a second for discussion.
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, I have a clarifying question. Did you say you were wanted to add to this committee someone from MCSD? Is that what I heard you say?
They are on there. It's one of the recommendations.
Oh, it's one of the, okay. I thought you said, oh.
It wasn't included in the staff report, but I was able to clarify that with Sean. We went back and looked at our notes, and yes, there had been a recommendation to have a CSD involved,
Okay.
and McKinleyville is the largest CSD in the county.
So it wasn't in the staff report. So when you said it, there
But
wasn't a reason why I would know it was there.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Which I would update my motion. I would update the motion to include the MCSD.
Okay.
A representative from.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was all that was
Do you
my
wanna-
that was my question.
Okay.
I would okay that as a second.
Okay. And then Supervisor Bohn?
We're still talking about one meeting, right?
One meeting.
Okay. I just want to go back, the grants for building stuff and everything else, but again, less than 4 months ago, Transit got an $18.7 million grant to do a 15-minute express line, a grant to start a 15-minute express line, unless I'm reading it wrong. So, I mean, I just want to say,
That's not operational dollars, but go ahead.
Well, anyway, I'm wrong a lot, and I'll wear that. I'm just saying, you guys, I'm saying the first 3 years, we need to fix roads. Give 5%, I mean, because I've heard it now, I've heard it gone down to 5 or 10%, and then somebody starts banging on the door at 20%. And I know 20% of all the presentations was not about what they were going to do with transit. It was to fix roads. And so I'm gonna, excuse me.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna leave it at that. It's just, we need roads to be fixed. Transit, if they need help, come in, show us. We're gonna look at this annually. I've heard everything, and I think we're gonna make this. That meeting's probably gonna last. You guys better book a room for 3 days. But I'm just saying, as we move forward, I don't want to be on that committee because there's going to be too many people and too many chefs screwing up the soup. I'm just saying, my 20% wants the roads fixed, and I want transit to be funded. That's a simple thing. I want transit to be funded, and transit is not short of funds. I mean, there's wish lists. We need to do this, this, and this. But as we move along, but our roads are failing, and they're going to do nothing but get worse if we don't do anything. Transit's not going to deteriorate in the next few years if we don't give them any money or don't give them their 10% or 15%, 20%, 25. Do I hear 30? Somebody give me 35. Anyway, I'm just saying that's not going to matter. But our roads need fixed, and that's what I thought this was for. And originally, and I started hearing transit long after it started to be successful, and then they were, letters to the editor saying it's great and it's all going to transit. I mean, some of this stuff, they wanted to sell us after the fact, and I'm not going to buy that.
Thank you. So I think when this comes back for the discussion of the amounts, because in this one meeting that will it'll be discussed, and then it's going to come back to us. Maybe we can make up at that time what the committee looks like going forward from each year, right? Or discussion from this board. So there's a motion on the table. I'd like Kaylee to call for the vote, please, and we'll see if we get somewhere. The motion is staff recommendation plus add MCSD, replace myself with Supervisor Wilson.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
No.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Sure.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1.
4-1.
4-1. Sorry.
I guess I got the vote.
So thank you, Sean, and thank you, Tom. You guys have done a lot of work, and thank you. Wild souls. So, thank you. Thank you for sitting through that. Yeah. So, you can sit if you want, or stand. There, you can pull another chair over, so you all three can sit there. There's 3 microphones. I think move the other one. So Wild Souls Rand's presentations for first responder program funding. This is in the Fortuna area. I sponsored it at the interest of the Wild Souls, and I'm looking forward to the presentation. And did you, Kaylee, is there a presentation?
It's getting put up right now. Oh, sweet.
So there's a clicker right there. Turn your microphones on the neck, and the clicker's right there.
Green means on? Okay.
There's 3 microphones there. So, and then if you could introduce yourselves and then start on your presentation. Thank you.
Awesome. How much time do you want us to take? Because we can be really fast or we can be semi-fast.
You can have some time, and
Okay.
thank you for coming to the board.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for giving us this time and opportunity to speak to you all and raise some awareness about the good work that we're doing. My name is Marie Cook. I'm the executive director at Wild Souls Ranch. I've been there for a little bit over 2 years. And I have 2 of my colleagues here that do the direct services. I'll let them introduce themselves right now.
Hi, I'm Denise Vo. I'm the lead equine specialist at Wild Souls, and I've been there, I'm going on 7 to 8 years now.
I'm Claire Edwards. I'm the program coordinator at Wild Souls Ranch, and I have been a part of Wild Souls for a little over 10 years now.
Awesome. So we were established in 2013, and our mission is to provide equine therapeutic growth and learning experiences to youth and support the greater family unit as it is in our wraparound program. So we work predominantly with youth. Our wraparound program, which is a post-adoption service, does encapsulate families as well. So we do some parent work and some sibling work in that facet of the programming. We've served about 500 plus youth, and each of our youth is enrolled for an 18-month program. Just really quick, we do specialize in trauma, and so as we get to the end of this presentation, which is about our growth opportunity for first responders, I do want to emphasize that we are uniquely positioned to respond to people that have a high exposure to trauma. So I'm going to pass it off to Claire to describe what EGALA is.
So Denise and I spent the greater part of a week or 2 in Texas getting certified in a national model of equine-assisted growth and learning. It is a really cool model that we've found effective in our pilot program with Fortuna PD. The horses can become this really powerful metaphor that helps our clients work through and resolve any conflicts or issues that they're having. So Denise and I work together to help our clients improve communication and social skills, develop healthy relationships, increase their confidence, practice some life skills, build trust, increase their personal insights, and learn how to set boundaries.
Every single one of our equine sessions has 2 people at a minimum, the mental health professional and the equine professional. Keep the kids safe from the horses and help them process some of the big things happening in their life and have that support network there. The sessions are structured with a check-in question when they first arrive. We want to meet them where they're at. When it comes to high trauma, it can't be a one-size-fits-all. You have to really meet the client where they're at, and that's what we're trained to do. So they get a little check-in question, and then we do a chore. The chore is designed to help them regulate their nervous system. So it might be going to get duck eggs, which is a little bit of a walk. So, right, they're getting in their body, they're able to move and regulate. School and home, for a lot of these kiddos is not a safe place. So it's a really important step to getting to the learning that will happen, which is the activity that's designed with the horse. And so Denise plays a big part in picking the horses and the activity that is going to specifically meet that child's goal or make progress towards that goal. Some of these goals we are all still working on, like self-esteem. So there isn't an end goal always met, but it's progress towards the goal that's really important. So the current programs that we offer, I spoke about our wraparound program. So that's a very comprehensive 18-month program where it's just for youth that have been adopted out of foster care. So it's a facet of adoption assistance program, and it is state funded. So that program is totally covered in terms of funding. They get about 4 to 5 different sessions a week, from in-home behavioral support to therapy with licensed professionals, outings with trusted adults in the community, maybe an aide in school, as well as a ranch session. The other facet of our program, which is the growing piece, is general sessions. So we partner with the Yurok tribe, and we see kids that come all the way down from Crescent City area. We have kids that are through the through CWS. We have a contract with them where we serve youth that have open cases. So they're really in active trauma. Maybe they've been removed from the home recently, or they're looking to be reunited at home. So that's where they have a caseworker, an open case there. We also have a self-pay program to youth that are struggling and their families can afford it. And then we also have scholarships. So kids that are of very high need that don't maybe fall into one of the funded categories, where we do a lot of fundraising to help those kids access services at our ranch for a $5 cost, because we have an accountability piece where everybody pays something. So they're just no calling, no showing us all the time. So they have a $5 pay, but that's a full scholarship at our ranch. So that's currently the programming that we run. And then I'll let Claire talk about this a bit too, but we did launch last year a really exciting pilot program where, because we have these two that are trained in this EGALA model, which is a really good model for adults, we wanted to see if we could help some of our first responders in our community that have high exposure to trauma as a way to better serve our whole community, right? Kids come into contact with law enforcement or, people of that nature, and so how can we help the greater community through our equine services? And luckily we found a really amazing partner in Casey Day with the Fortuna Police, and we were able to successfully run a pilot program over the course of almost a year. Do you want to speak a little bit to that?
Yeah, if you put a nice one on.
It's up there.
No, on your
Oh, my click.
Yeah.
Woo woo.
I'm sorry about that. I have no way to turn off Teams.
That's okay. Yeah, we have Teams too. We get it. But my clicker's still not cooperating. There we go. Thank you.
So we served about 10 officers and dispatchers through our pilot program with Fortuna Police. And we used the cross-cutting measures assessment from the DSM-5, which measured across 13 different symptomologies. All of our officers were clinically significant in depression, anxiety, and anger. And we saw significant decreases in depression, anxiety, and anger over the course of their time in the program. So this graph shows one of our officers over the course of about 6 months. You can see that he started out at 2.5, 3, 1.5, and then ended up at or below 1 in a lot of them.
So this was an opt-in program, just so that you know the population specifically we're working with. It wasn't every single officer was meant to enroll. So this was officers that felt connected to this kind of work and that might have had an incident report or something of significance in their life in the last year that kind of called to them, hey, I need a little extra support. Casey Day was really supportive of his staff seeking out mental health support, but in the form of therapy hadn't really, a lot of people chose this who weren't choosing therapy, like formal talk therapy. So we were targeting those officers that did have a need. It wasn't, you know, just anybody that signed up. And I think Claire mentioned, but it was 10 officers, and we triaged them kind of throughout the year, so it wasn't everybody all at once, but we did see them each for a 6-month period. Awesome. So as you can see, we had great success with our first pilot program, and we did that completely out of fundraising, so that we didn't have any funding for that. We just used our local fundraising efforts to get that off the ground. And so we would love to find a home for that kind of programming to help our greater community. We're not interested in opening it up to all adults. We really want to focus on people that have a high exposure to trauma, because that is how we're uniquely positioned, sort of our special sauce, if you will. And so looking at firefighters, EMTs, paramedics, dispatchers, because even the people on the phone, they have high trauma exposure having to lead those calls. Police officers, sheriff deputies, search and rescue, active military personnel, and veterans. So pretty broad, broad range that we're looking to have, but basically helping people process different events in their lives and to find a better quality of life. We partner with the horses for a range of different reasons, but we find that they are our biggest mirrors. They can sense your heartbeat about 10 feet away, and they're really non-judgmental. So it's really hard to have a session with a horse and not take a look inside yourself, because they're going to mirror back to you everything that you're showing up with, whether it's whether you're being incongruent or you're having a tough day or you're feeling a lot of joy. The horse is going to mirror that for you. So we find them to be a really natural outlet for therapeutic modalities. And so yeah, so we're just wanted to get in front of you guys and to share what we have done and spread some awareness for what's possible, because we feel like we're only really barely scratched the surface, and we do have a community that is pretty high exposure to trauma, as you all know, and there's a lot of grit in our Humboldt community, and we love that, and finding a way to kind of meet people with a modality that works for them, saying as how traditional therapies isn't always in the value network that people subscribe to. And I kind of covered that already. but yeah, I would love to see if you guys have any questions or if there's anything else that we could shed some light on, because it is pretty niche work that we do, and want to take advantage of this opportunity to be in front of you. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, I have a sticky button here. Thank you. And so I'd like to bring it back to the board for questions, and then we'll go to public comment. Supervisor Wilson.
So this is awesome. I just wanted to ask about, you mentioned that the folks that engage typically are self-selecting in that, but do you ever have clients that start off being really fearful of the animals?
We have a lot.
Okay. And so that, I was just wondering about that. And then the process of becoming comfortable with a large animal like that is part of that, I assume, part of that therapy.
That's a really good question. So a lot of the kiddos that come to us through maybe our RAP program or CWS might not have had any experience with horses before. We have a full ranch, so we really utilize all animals as a way to build up to horses. So I can think of one kid in particular was pretty fearful. So you start with the pig. We have a potbelly pig, and get their comfort and grooming on the pig. We also have goats. we have mini donkeys, and we have a pony. So we try and work our way up to the larger animals for those youth that are a little bit fearful. And then for adults who have that fear as well, with the Igala model, there's a lot of just outside the arena viewing the horses. So you're sort of mapping your experience or what you're processing in your brain on what the animals are doing. So you don't have to interact with the animals directly to get the most out of the modality. For instance, you might put 3 or 4 horses in there, and the facilitators might ask you some questions about what you think they're doing or what did that mean to you. And we find that clients are actually mapping a lot of their stories out on just watching the horses. So there is so much we can do to both overcome fear or work with the fear and say, hey, that's okay. If you don't feel safe, you can stand on the outside. So there's a ton we can do with that. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. Any other questions? Supervisor Madrone.
Oh, yeah, great work. I mean, what a wonderful thing you guys are all doing. Thank you for that. I don't know if you ever heard of Camelot up in Trinidad, but they've been around for 30, 40 years doing a similar effort, similar but different, but working with youth and horses. Have you had any communication with them at all, or?
I haven't.
It might be interesting to share notes with each other, because they're right on Stagecoach Road, right across from the state park. So they use the state park's trail system and are able to do a lot of work within the corrals and the center of the ranch, but then they can go out on the trails, and they get a lot of parents coming in with the children and, you know, helping to go along with the horses and all that kind of stuff. But I would just suggest it might be neat to share notes with them. So.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I remember the formation of the Wild Souls. I think it was Bradley and Tara Brown lived next door. And I think Bradley's mother, Marion, everybody was quite involved 13 years ago because there was a large cannabis operation going in.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was right out the city limits, and in the, you know, and since it was in my district, it, you know, a lot of poo was hitting the fan and everything else, and Marion stepped up and bought it and turned it and then created Wild Souls. It was in the inkling, and Tiara was very involved with the community. It's since moved down to, I think, Windsor now, but Marion bought the property and then gifted it to Wild Souls, if I remember right. And I just think it was a great story, and it solved the problem for a lot of neighbors, and you've been successful ever since. So I appreciate it, and remember those beginning days. Used to be up there quite a bit 13 years ago when you were trying to rebuild the barn and trying everything was kind of hand to mouth, but you guys have done great, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a question and a comment, and no, go ahead. Supervisor Arroyo, I'll go last.
I didn't have much to ask about. It's really cool to hear about your programs and how you're expanding them, and it was a really interesting presentation, and thank you for reaching out to each of us, or I don't know if you reached out to others, but I know you reached out to me and shared some information as well, so it's great to learn more about you.
I would like to invite anybody out as well. Anytime.
Thank you. Do you guys, I know in the past, I think you had some rescue horses, and do you still do that, or still, if they fit the criteria, is that something that you guys do as well?
That's a good question. We do get that. We do get calls about that often, and we try not to. So we did take one baby because we had a recently born baby that was orphaned. So we took in an orphan a couple of years ago. That is the last sort of rescue that we've done. We're really trying to stay on mission and use all resources really to go to those kids. And we're in such a fortunate position that right now that we have enough equine to serve even twice as many kids as we're currently serving. So we're a little bit full on the animal rescue portion, but I can imagine if the need existed for us to better serve our mission that we would totally do that. But right now it doesn't make a lot of sense. plans, but thank you.
Thank you. And then my comment is I spoke with Chief Day and also Chief Brown from the fire department, and the interaction that you guys have had through the pilot program has been significant to especially Chief Day's deputies there, and all of the fire departments, but I interact a lot with Fortuna, and they have very traumatic wrecks that happen on the 101, and it's been they've had a lot of them this year, and so there's been a lot of fatalities, and so it's really impacted their volunteers and their staff there. And talking with their department, they are seeking outlets to really help the PTSD that happens with those types of tragedies. While you sign up for that, and that's what you do, and that's what you want to do, it also impacts people's lives, and there's not a huge outlet for responders to have an outlet to get rid of that those emotions. I just want to say, speaking as someone that is a horse person and has had a horse since I was 5, a pony, which are vicious sometimes, I can say, I had a lot of trauma in my young years, and my horse was my outlet. And also when I was not in the great bonding era with him, if I was having a bad day, he would tell me to take a hike often by bucking me off. And it was incredible for me, and was my one person that I could really communicate with and cry on, and really had a great, formed a great bond with my horse. And it really saved my life many times. So with that, I'm going to go out to public comment, and we'll start with Zoom.
There is none.
Okay, and then we'll go to in the room.
Sounds like a wonderful program. I'm going to vet you guys. I have kind of an expert in kind of what you're doing, been doing it for many years, especially with the donkeys. And I really have never been a horse person, but when I got to meet the donkeys, especially ones that were very grateful, they've been taken away from the kill shelters where they were sent off to be butchered, and the donkeys are, I know your horses are perceptive, but these donkeys are phenomenal. And so I've been considering setting up basically a donkey reserve where we could set up maybe 100 or 200 to be saved. And so a real quick little story here. The person I work with had, I think, was a 7-year-old little girl, and she's very irritated because she took second in a gymkhana. And it was explained to her, well, you're 7, you're in an age group of 18, they're all riding horses, and you were riding a donkey, and you took second. So anyway, just the child, how they can grow, mature, and be successful in life. So I strongly support what you're doing there. I do a lot because of my nature with the autistic children. I'm sure you've had those. They're especially receptive to your kind of a thing there, and they all benefit, but I think the autistic children seem to benefit a little bit more. So thank you for what you're doing, and I'll get some contact information from you sometime, and we'll go from there. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. We do have Chief Day that is on the phone, is going to make a comment. Kaylee?
Okay, you can start speaking.
Okay. Yes, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and Humboldt Community. This is Chief Day, Fortuna Police Department. I just called to make a quick comment regarding Wild Souls Ranch and to emphasize the positive ongoing relationship between Wild Souls and the Fortuna Police Department. I'd like to bring emphasis to a recent pilot program that was a product essentially of a cooperative effort between Wild Souls and the police department to kind of experiment and try to see what the results of equine therapy on, for first responders and public safety professionals would be. And I would say that as a result of the experience, it was overall very positive in working with the staff and receiving feedback from department personnel who participated in the equine therapy. It was overall a huge success. So we will be making plans at some point in the future to continue a more permanent type of agreement with Wild Souls and to utilize that type of therapy for wellness and resiliency. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. So with that, I will come back to the board, and I will look for a motion to accept your presentation, and thank you so much for coming and waiting all day to do this for us.
Can I leave these with you guys?
Yes, please give to CAO Hayes, and she'll pass them out. And so I'm looking for a motion.
I'll move to receive and file.
I'll second. And Kaylee?
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Chair Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you so much again for coming up.
Thanks for having us.
Yep. At this time, we're going to go to County Council to read in our closed session items.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code sections 54954.5 and 54957 in order to consider the public employee performance evaluations for the positions of the Director of Human Resources, Chief Probation Officer, and Interim County Counsel. It is also the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code section 54957.6 in order to review the county's position and instruct its designated labor negotiators. Finally, it is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the case of Nakia Cook versus Deputy Kane, Humboldt County Superior Court case number CV 2500110.
Thank you. I'll go to public comment on the Zoom.
There is none.
Public comment in the room.
Kent Sawatsky on the first topic regarding your public position of Director of Human Resources. I've basically been quite happy with his performance over the years. We have had a little bit of a conflict insofar as I made a request to have a certain department investigated, and I basically was blocked on that and have not had good communication. I was told by him that he was no longer going to speak to me in person, which obviously inhibits our ability to communicate, and that I would have to email. I had a conversation with him 2 weeks ago regarding the same topic, and I said, give me a call at your convenience, so I haven't heard back. This is most unfortunate because this will be investigated by outside sources regarding your chief probation officer, nothing on that. Interim county counsel, Miles, again, I've always felt that we've gotten along well, but we have the same issue of conflict on regarding that certain specific topic. And I'm always curious why we don't have a county counsel and we just have an interim for what, 2 or 3 years now. So that's just a question. I don't know exactly what the legal repercussions of not having one is, but I think that might be something you may wish to address in the future. I think I'll leave it at that for now. As we've seen, we've had the SIU, the union people in here consistently, and I'm hoping they're understanding that there isn't really the money available for them this time. I've always lobbied when there was money back in the day before we were circling the drain here financially, and it's unfortunate that these people aren't able to be compensated more because they all deserve it, but in a perfect world they would be. And I'm sure they have to understand that's where all of your hearts were. You just love to be in the position to give them a 20% raise or something, and a lot of them deserve it, but we're just not there. So thank you again for my opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. We anticipate an hour and a half for closed session, and so we're going to recess and we'll be back. Someone could fix this. Kaylee, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. Report out from closed session, please.
Thank you, Chair Bushnell. There was no reportable action taken with regard to items K1 through K4. With regard to item K5, the board voted unanimously to authorize the risk manager to enter into an agreement with the Mitchell Law Firm for defense of the case of Nakia Cook versus Deputy Kane, Humboldt County Superior Court case number CV 2500110.
Okay, thank you. And we are adjourning in memory of Frank, I can't, my agenda, and Jojo Canzaneri. So we're adjourned.